Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. And almost welcome in. It's Wednesday. It is really late in the afternoon, 8:48 p.m. evening, I guess. And I'm making up for the time I lost that I didn't spend on the weekend streaming. Not sure how long we're going to go for, but I really wanted to stream. Question is, though, how much do I want to do today? Because part of me just wants to pick a game and play it for the entire stream, but another part of me also wants to talk about certain things. Not big deal, just like things I want to share, you know? I've been playing a lot of EU5 and wanted to share my progress on that. And, you know, there's like I want to watch YouTube videos and the usual like nonsense, you know? Yum, 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 strawberries. Yum, yum, yum. Oh. I want to play Minecraft. I'll talk about it more on stream, but I want to play Minecraft hardcore. Try to do some like no death runs or whatever. But I'm hesitant because I was watching Tomato play it and I saw him do it and thought it was interesting, and now I want to do it. But I'm hesitant because if I build a village or whatever and I die, I lose the world, you know. I think okay. Well, I said I was gonna see more on stream, when the stream starts proper, and there I went and just explained it all. Oh well. I am ready. Why is my computer not on? Did I turn it off? I turned it off. I turned it off, right? I turned it off because I was watching YouTube and then fell asleep. Right, okay, so my computer is turned on now. I'm ready. Is my point. I have announcements all over the place where they need to be. And I don't want to wait any longer. So we're going to be going for probably at least 3 hours till midnight, but I want to probably end around there. I want to play, I kind of do but don't want to play Lotus Slice because I want to play some of the games. But I also want to make sure I finish Lotus Slice because I've been in a really bad habit of not finishing the games I play. I'll figure it out. Let's start the stream first, then go from there. So without further ado, let's go and get started. Shall we? Let me do one more check. Okay, yeah, we're ready. Okay. See you soon. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I am back. I am back. I have returned. Oh boy, sorry for missing this weekend. My health is all over the place. I'm not doing terribly great with my sleep, unfortunately. Hi. Hello. Straight my face. I just calibrated my face. Are you telling me that the angry face is not working now? Really? I gotta calibrate it again? Wow, fun. Welcome in, Rimba. How's it going? 36 months. Nice. Thank you. Let me fix this again. Ugh. I can't even be angry about my angry face not working. It just doesn't. I can do this. Where is that? Is it Alt or Control? Alt? Yeah. There. Angy. I'm angy. I have to use the keybinds. Okay, let me fix this. I really need to figure out the full face tracking, because I wanted to do it today, but I was just like, it's getting late. I gotta stream now, so I'll try it next time. I think I've done it before, but I gotta recalibrate my the actual expressions, because like last time I did it, it didn't look right. Wow, 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 wow. Maybe do that. Wow, 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 wow. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm silly. No. There we go. Doing it, by the way. Just got off a collab with Fun and Friends. Nice. I need to do a collab do collab soon. There's a few games I've been wanting to play. And you had messaged me. I haven't looked at the message yet, Rimba. You messaged me about some games we could potentially play. So I'll look at that later and throw it on the list of games for collabs and friend games. Let me go ahead and shift gears. I need to do this and leave it alone. Do this. So again, we don't have a concrete plan today. A part of me is thinking I can just default to Motor Slice, which is fine, but I want to play other games and what have you. Like, I really want to try Minecraft, but I don't have the Minecraft mod pack that I would want to play downloaded yet. So I'd have to figure that out later. Where's my... There it is. But yeah, my sleep has been really messed up lately. It's been really, really bad. It's been all over the place. There have been some days I've been going to bed at like 10 in the morning. Other days I wait until like 2 in the afternoon. Some days I go to bed. I'm so upset because on Sunday nights, or was it Monday nights? Sunday or Monday, or maybe Saturday, I don't remember. I had gone to bed at 2 in the morning, which is good for me. I usually struggle to sleep early in that. And I freaking went to sleep. Was all happy with myself, thinking, oh, I'll be able to sleep really well today. What have you. And woke up at 5 in the morning, 3 hours later, because I had to use the restroom and because I was hungry. I am still struggling to feed myself. It's actually becoming a severe problem. There are some days where my appetite is just gone, and yet I'm still hungry, but I can't bring myself to eat anything. And other days, it's like just what we have available just isn't enough. I felt really happy. The other day, I had made an egg and ham and cheese sandwich. Let me find a game to play before I go into this, because there's a lot to talk about. I'll do it, whatever. Basically, my dad had come into possession of a lot of eggs. My younger sibling's significant other had gone with my dad to this like store that has bulk goods. Bulk goods, for those who aren't aware, are like large quantities. I mean, most people should be aware of it, but they're large quantities of a given product. So eggs, milk, meats, vegetables, fruits, really big quantities all in one giant bulk. They're cheaper usually that way because of the way that functions. But if it's in bulk, it's a my dad and my siblings SL together split amongst them 90 eggs each. The bulk amount was 180 eggs. It's a lot of eggs. And it worked out. You know, it's over the long term, it's cheaper. Hard to say exactly how cheaper, but it's like my dad like did a rough estimate, and he said it was like 60 cents per egg or whatever versus like $1 per egg or whatever for otherwise, but like it's a lot. So we've been trying to go through them, and it's been difficult to go through them, but I decided, you know what? The other day, I went ahead and made some over hard eggs and threw them on some bread with some mayonnaise and cheese and ham because I needed some protein, right? So each egg is roughly about 6 grams of protein. I'm focusing on grams of protein over everything else. 2 eggs is 12 grams. And the slice of ham, the ham I'm getting, is about 5 grams of protein per slice. So one slice would make 17 grams of protein alone with that. And then with the bread being 2 to 3 grams per slice with 2 slices, that's like 4 to 6 grams, right? So 18, 6, 12, 18, 21, about 20 grams of protein, not including the cheese and the mayonnaise. If there's any protein in that, I doubt there is. So you think it'd be fine, and kind of was, but it just wasn't enough. I still wasn't eating enough, and I've been struggling a lot. So today I ended up getting another sandwich from that favorite deli from nearby, and it actually worked out well. And I think early in the day I had a bowl of cereal, and my dad's making burgers right now. But I'm not eating enough again, and it's causing me actual severe issues. And it's just hard to eat. It's hard to remember to eat or to make food, especially with how tired I am. Like, I'm so tired sometimes, I just don't want to make food. And sometimes I'm just, even if I do make food, occasionally I'm also so tired that I don't want to eat. Like, how does that freaking work? I mean, I'm tired because I can't sleep well. I can't sleep well because I'm too hungry to sleep, but I'm too tired to make food. And it's like, how am I alive right now? You know what I mean? It's the worst. It's the absolute worst. So fortunately today I'm doing okay for the most part. I feel bad about not streaming yesterday because I had a great opportunity to stream, and today as well. I've been up. I went to bed. I don't even know. I don't even freaking know. But my sleep today, I slept for a couple hours at some point, woke up again, slept a couple hours again, woke up, and then today, right now, I've just recently woken up from like an hour nap. So, it's not good. Not good at all. You feel for me? Yeah, it's hard for me because like sometimes I will do that, but like peanut butter is hard for me to consume. Like, it's useful, but I can only consume like basically a basic layer of peanut butter, but it's not much protein. Like, a peanut butter sandwich isn't actually as much protein as you think. The slices of bread, 3 each of protein, let's say that, so 6 grams of protein, and what a layer of peanut butter on both slices would be maybe a couple grams of protein, maybe 4 or 5 at most. So you're getting like 10 grams of protein from a peanut butter sandwich. It's not much at all. I need like 60 grams per day. I'm not eating 6 peanut butter sandwiches per day. It's not happening. Just that alone. And then the fact that I can't like stomach it, literally. If it's too thick, it's like uncomfortable for me to eat, and I just won't be able to eat the rest of it. So what I've been doing, I do every once in a while, is I'll add butter to it, you know? I've been thinking that too. I need to make deviled eggs. I love deviled eggs, and we have a lot of them. So maybe I can experiment a little bit and make my own. But again, it's only 6 grams of protein per egg. Again, for a full meal, I have to eat 4 eggs for one meal. That's 12 eggs per day for my protein intake. That's not doable. It's not reasonable. Even if we had those eggs, it's not reasonable for my health because there's a lot more cholesterol and everything in eggs compared to chicken. Because chicken is more refined, right? Chicken, in a way, the balance with chicken, like actual cooked chicken, the balance is better compared to the eggs that chickens produce, because the eggs have a lot more high concentrations of certain amino acids and everything, which is good for you, but too much of it isn't good. And so you actually have more health issues consuming too many eggs compared to consuming the same amount of chicken if you're going for the same amount of protein. So 4 ounces of chicken is about 26 to 30 grams of protein. Really good for a meal. To get the same amount of eggs, you'd be consuming like 4 times as much of your daily value of certain vitamins and minerals that you would otherwise be getting normally in the right amounts in the same amount of chicken, right? Yeah, so it's really, there's a lot of fat in it, a lot of cholesterol, a lot of everything inside of eggs compared to the same amount of protein in like grilled chicken. So I have grilled chicken. I just don't want to make it. I'm afraid of getting tired of it because I'll make like a chicken sandwich or whatever, and like I'll eat it, I'll be fine, but I don't want to make more, which really sucks. So I need to find alternatives or I'm gonna freaking starve to death, which isn't good. Anyways, let me go ahead and just boo. I have to fix the audio. I forgot about that. I make weird noises, I'm sorry. Okay, so today we'll probably continue talking for a while. Honestly, I'll just keep talking. First things first. I'm still bothered by my content potential. Let's say that. I enjoy watching a lot of people on YouTube. Smitty, for instance, and I enjoy watching Tomato Gaming. I haven't watched them in a while, but I've enjoyed watching Game Grumps. My favorite YouTubers, Smitty, Tomato, Game Grumps. I've enjoyed watching somebody named Nano Gaming, who's a little more relaxed with their edits. I've previously enjoyed Womble. I almost said Soviet Rumble, sorry. I still would enjoy watching him. These people, right? They all have different forms of like their content and their entertainment. And the ones I kind of gravitate towards most, more recently anyways, is Tomato and Smitty. Both of them are really good at making things fun out of either something or nothing, right? Especially Tomato. Like, there's this game called Move Venture. I'm gonna go and just do this real quick because I'm gonna do from this here, Venture, that I really want to play with you guys at some point. This one is very okay. Ignore the reviews. The reviews are because of the controls. It's made by the same developers who made Reventure, which I previously played for a brief moment on stream. The way I played it was, and what I remember from looking at the footage and playing it, I just felt like it was so lackluster what I was doing, right? Tomato, when he played this, it was so much fun and very funny. Like, a lot of it has to do with like he's really good at like improv, but also he's had years of experience of doing like Tomato Gaming, specifically Tomato. If you look for Tomato Gaming, you'll find his old YouTube channel, which he no longer posts on, where he's got like bits. Like, let me bring it up right now. Actually, he's really funny. I enjoy him a lot. But more recently, he gave up on his own like full edited videos, because that's what he would be doing. He would do like really full edited. Let me show you. Tomato Gaming. So if you look up Tomato Gaming, you will get... Make sure I don't dox myself. Three different sources for channels. There's Tomato, Tomato's Trash, and Tomato Gaming. Tomato Gaming is the original channel. His original channel he made and posted for a long time. At some point he gave up on it. It was just too much for him. Going through the edits and making everything really funny and what have you was just too much. And he got into streaming at some points, streaming the games instead of doing just the regular non-streaming edits. And from that, he had a better experience, while also maintaining an income, which helped him a lot, because YouTube doesn't pay much at all. It can, and same thing with Twitch, but Tomato found a way to make it work on Twitch more than he did on YouTube, so he gave up. With the streams, Tomato's Trash is his, so Tomato's Trash and Tomato Gaming is his creation. He posts his VODs on Tomato's Trash. It's all of his previous streams. But Tomato, just the word tomato, was created because someone named, I think it was Gnome Gesso, right here. Gnome Gesso, or Gnome Gesso, it's Gesso, had enjoyed watching Tomato and was making highlight videos of Tomato's streams, like fan-made highlight videos, right? Tomato eventually became aware of this because a lot of people enjoyed the highlights and told him about it. So he worked with Gnome to make the Tomato channel. If you look up Gnome Gesso, you'll find the Gnome Gesso. I spelled it wrong. Gnome Gesso. This is the original, is his channel, right? His last video was 2 years ago because he had an official partnership with Tomato, right? So it's worked out really well between the two of them, which I'm happy about. And the gist of it is they're simply highlights. That's all they are. What Gnome does is he goes into the VODs and he basically cuts out all the silence and focuses on the most interesting, funny parts. That's great. Honestly, I've been trying to do the same thing with some of my videos, but like, welcome back. For some reason, making highlight videos is more difficult than I thought it would be. Like, you'd think it'd be simple, and it is. I hate the sound of my voice. I don't like listening to myself, and like I'm so self-conscious when I watch because I realize I talk way too fast. I mean, I've known this for a long time. We've talked about this many times. It's a severe issue because it makes editing the videos really difficult. Like, I can talk slower, I can talk quieter, I can talk more concisely. I'm not incapable of it. It's just damn difficult to maintain it. Because once I start talking, I'm like a freight train who cannot freaking stop. To the point where my body's tense. Like, even now, I've just started streaming. My body's already freaking tense. I can't relax. Ugh. It's a problem. It's a severe problem for me, and I've been struggling with it. And so I want to at least start with highlight videos. If I can do that, I can then go towards more extreme edits, closer towards Smitty's contents or Martin Pants' content, for instance, in order to, make things more interesting. Because it's fine, my content can be fine, but like I really needed to make progress because I'm not making much money. I mean, again, going into it with the idea of making money isn't a good mindset. I've been trying to avoid that mindset, but I'm at a point where if I don't do something, I'm screwed. These SSDs, right? They cost a pretty penny, and I'm not making enough money to warrant buying new ones, at least in a reasonable manner, with my current employment. I'm working 2 days a week at my day job for like 3.5 hours per day. And I'm working like an hour and a half, roughly, for my client every single day from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So in total, I'm working like maybe 10, 12 hours a week and making like barely enough to survive, which sucks. So even if I don't make money off the YouTube videos, if I can get enough popularity to have people come and join me on Twitch more often, even if they don't, subscribe to me, it'll get me out there, right? And eventually people might consider potentially give me $5 a month. I don't really, 1 second, please. So my point is, my dad came in to let me know dinner's ready. Something has to change, right? So if I can at least get the highlight videos and maybe work my way in making my videos more interesting. So start with tomato and work my way towards Smitty content and Martin content, because I want to have my model using the doll play program I showed before to kind of replicate what Martin does. Not completely, not to the same chaos he does, like how Reggie does, because Reggie enjoys Martin and it does the same thing he does, similar things with his content. But I want like my stuff to be like a hybrid between all of them, if that makes sense, in the way I want. Some days I might be more like Martin, other days I'll be more like Tomato, where it's more chill. Some days I'll be a little more like Smitty, the way how his content is. Maybe I'll be more like Nano Gaming, which by the way I'll look up as well. Hello? This guy right here. I enjoy his content as well. I haven't watched him in a while. I should watch him again. What is going on here? What is his face? So yeah, anyways, let me go get my food real quick and we'll talk more afterwards. But the gist of it though is I'm not satisfied with my content and I want to make something of it, and it's really difficult to make something of it. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll do that. I kind of what like Smitty is. Smitty has some high energy. His tempo isn't as fast as me, but like it's just trying to find a ways to make it work is just difficult. And I'll show you what I mean when we come back with my food, right? I'm gonna bring up the VOD for Creature Kitchen. I still want to make Creature Kitchen my first video because it's such a nice video, nice VOD and an experience. I enjoyed it a lot, and I actually had some nice experiences. But it's just like this pacing with the chillness of Creature Kitchen is not matching well enough. And I'm realizing that, and it's frustrating me because I can't make it work, you know? So anyways, I'm thinking about that. That's also an option, but we got to get there first. I need to start with highlights alone. Highlights alone will allow me to at least basically grab all the pieces in the video that are going to be fun, and then I slap on some like video editing and some audio and some sound effects within reason. I don't want to go too obnoxious. I want to be somewhere between Tomato and Smitty, or between Martin and Nano, you know, like and what have you, like more. I have an idea. I just haven't put it to paper yet. Is the problem, and I've always had that issue. I never have had a great time putting my ideas to paper. I've occasionally have, but like it's just a struggle. Anyways, just give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back. Burger. Burger, 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 burger. Yeah, thank you, antivirus. Go away. Burger. Burger, 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 burger. Burger, 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 burger. I don't know what I'm doing. Burger. Most of my content seems to be just that, which means me just like spouting gibberish. Seems like. So I need to eat a little bit. So before we actually go into gaming, I'm gonna bring up a specific. I'm gonna bring up tomato because I really. Let me keep Nano here so I can watch Nano later. I'll watch him later. Fuck. There we go. We need to go back to Halo one day. So, okay, so I need to complete my games. I need to complete the games that I've been playing, and before I continue more, because I'm noticing I'm having issues with that. So real quick, Tomato Gaming, his original channel, ended 7 years ago. He stopped after the Little Big Planet, which was a mess. It was something. But like his content is really funny. I recommend you go give him a shot. Let me do a quick like. He knows how to make content out of nothing. You know, he's really good at that. Would be a great example. The Flesh Ripper. This one. This is seriously the dialogue.
Shoot him! Someone... Shoot him! Guys, come on, I know you have ammo in those guns. This thing's gonna kill me. What if you just needs to shoot your gun at it, please? Come on, this taser's gonna run out of batteries. Guys! Maybe he's friendly after all. I wonder how long into the tutorial I need to be to start ruining the game for myself. You think I can like just... Oh, guys, I found a thing. Guys, there's one right there. Holy shit. It was a thing all along. He just went crazy at me. He just tried to kill me. Holy...
I'm not gonna watch this too long.
He really wants to fuck me up. He knows exactly what I did, but I gotta play this off. I gotta play it off. This should help. God, you think you know a guy, and then you accidentally put a bullet in his head every time this medic heals him like an idiot. I mean, I don't know about you boys, but that seems pretty thing-like to me. I mean, he's fucking murdering me right now. I don't know. That's not what humans would do. That guy's a thing.
So he's really good at like making, like, the issue. I think what the issue is on a fundamental level. Tomato is really good at taking the piss out of things. So he will intentionally do things that'll get him killed in games, or like he'll intentionally act recklessly, and the comedic timing of those situations is really fucking funny, like really funny. So like if I were to go to the other, or to Tomato specifically, what is this? This is Tomato.
Hey, Jet. Listen, I need to get out of here, right out of the gate, and...
I'll watch this later, but I need to find the Move Venture one. Okay, actually, it's also a good example. So the way he acts, I'm a very non-verbal individual when I play games. Whenever, like, obviously I make noises here and there. I don't do bits well enough, and I don't react. Like, look at what he does here, right? In this scenario, he's role-playing with these characters in the game Vintage Story, which I also want to play again at some point. This current situation, welcome in Chaos, how's it going? So in this scenario, Tomato has made a character. It's a skeleton model with all the parts ripped off, which makes him look like he's a slug working, controlling a mech of some sort. And so he's made Slugberg in this multiplayer server of Vintage Story. At this point, he's made a little home, and he gets visited by Huge Slug. He is Huge Slug. He gets visited by Golibless, whoever it is, and then gets visited by someone else who's a representative of this like water tribe or whatever, because the players are allowed to sort of claim land. The admins will help them claim land within reason, right? And the water tribe were annoyed because Tomato was starting to claim more and more of open land, as if that's a big, whatever. Goliblez was having beef with this representative, which Tomato was not. He was kind of staying out of it. And Goliblez was acting as if he's part of the slug tribe, which he's not. He does not speak for Tomato, and he was speaking for Tomato anyways. And it's just watch.
You're not even
Go to water people.
Longer. You wanna mess with me?
Or you can turn around and go back where you came from.
Listen, buddy, I'm
Yeah?
trained. I may have small arms that I'm like a
They're good
spider.
at role playing.
I can throw this.
I'm not.
Get out of here. Get the frick out of here. Tell your little water people. We don't care. As a matter of fact, take a little water tribute.
And Tomato just lets it happen. He sees potential here for content, and just lets it happen.
Dude, what the hell? You're not even part. You're not even in the. You're not even part of Slugberg, man. That's crazy. Yo, he's part of the Ice Kingdom domain. He's not with. Oi!
And he dies. She threw a brick at his head. She was aiming for Goliblez and hit Tomato. So this right here, what he's doing, right? He's playing out his situation.
Oh God!
Someone help me!
I didn't mean to.
I'm fucking dying! Oh, you're
Hey,
so.
hold on, stay still. Stay
Oh.
still. Let me hit you in the head with
Wait,
this.
no, no, no,
Ow!
wait, I know what
Just
to do.
stay
I know what to
still.
do. I know
Ow!
Oh,
Ah!
I didn't kill him.
Ah!
The feds, man, they're gonna arrest me.
Who is this?
Help!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my
killing
God!
Help! Oh!
Please, it'll be
Oh my
okay.
God!
Oh, they beat my ass! I didn't do anything wrong, and they beat my ass for it.
I didn't mean to. Listen. Just hand back the brick.
You
Listen,
hit me
keep
with the
going as an
fucking
apology.
brick.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. You know.
Inch.
You didn't
Listen,
mean
I just
to.
give
You
back
hit
the- it's
me
an
with the
apology.
brick.
It's an apology. Listen, apology. Just hand back the brick. We're cool, okay? You're gonna keep.
Yeah, I'll hand back the fucking brick, all right. Oh! Oh!
Yeah.
Wait
Hey,
for
what's
it.
up?
I'm sad to say that we're of the same colony. Hi. No, I was trying to come here to establish positive relationships. I really wish
You
I
really
came
should
here,
have
like, 2
outran
minutes
that
earlier.
person, because they ran in and said that we
Yeah.
have 2 options, gave us 4 options, and then threw a brick in my face so hard I died from it.
You hungry?
Yeah, I'm
Would you
so
like some
hungry.
pie?
Are you being anxious
have
right
fun.
now? I made that pie.
Oh.
That character's name is
This
Inch.
big creature.
Yeah,
Oh my
no.
God.
What the
Oh my
fuck
God,
is...
Inch.
Racist,
Oh,
incest.
I need to do
Oh!
Disgusting. Look at them.
Wait for it.
I think
Wait
I
for
have a
it.
concussion.
God. I'm so sorry. Yes, I am. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm so.
A lot of
That's nice to meet you too. Are you? So you're part of the faction that threatened to bring? Oh my God! Oh! Oh! They left the door open, and as a result, I've been killed again.
You used that bandage, didn't you?
Like I don't know if he was aware.
Use the bandage.
Like if I was in his shoes, I would have reacted faster.
Give me a second.
You know,
I gotta
I'm a bit of a
think.
tryhard, unfortunately.
Let's aim for the
I
head.
don't think I can let you.
Ah!
He hit him again while he was down. He hit him again while he was down. You see that?
Gotta
Right
do
here.
time. Hold on. Let's aim for the
I don't
head.
think I can let you. I can't let you do that. You have. How long do you have? How long
I
do you
feel like I have about 4 minutes and hang on, 14 seconds or so, and then after that I'm fucking dead for real.
Here, take sticks of the torches.
Make that 4 minutes and 7 seconds. You better hurry.
Okay, man. Well, we'll get you up. But son, listen.
I can hear the bells tolling. I can hear some kind of horrible trumpet in the distance.
The trumpets of heaven.
Something like.
You think you're?
Well, it's
Oh yeah,
spookier
so
than
he has a
that.
collection of instruments
I was gonna
at his
threaten
house.
you guys to, like, you know, I'm running a little like sub operation, you know, and I was gonna. burn
Wait, you're
something
running a
down.
fucking sub operation? Is this even sanctioned? Is this even part of the? Does the rest of? What do you mean a sub operation?
It's like I.
Yeah, he has
details,
a
you know,
bunch of
over
like
here and
instruments
there, and
at his disposal for some reason,
Shoot them! Shoot them!
and
Gun them down!
so he'll often bring them out.
You're really bad at it. You gotta.
My wolves!
Oh,
Descend!
oh my God.
I'm not gonna.
Wait, what do you say?
Gun them down!
Oh, wait. You're really bad at it. You gotta.
My wolves!
Oh.
Descend!
Or his
Oh my
wolves.
God.
He's telling his wolves to.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I signed my Etsy brick. My Etsy brick and my Etsy witches on it. I got the Etsy brick.
You got fucking. Those were Etsy.
I went to Lord Etsy and he signed my brick with some powerful witches.
I have a warlock that I pay on TikTok to cast hexes and curses upon those who wrong me.
TikTok.
Where does he get his shit from?
A TikTok warlock.
Did you ever hear about
Oh,
the?
TikTok warlock.
green-
He's so good at just like coming up with
Yeah, well, you're going
like
to meet
nonsense.
him in the
These
astral
people.
plane.
I think I'm going down.
I'm pretty sure I'm going down too, but I'll be there. I'm gonna be there first. I'm gonna tell all of you. I'm gonna tell all of them you suck.
There's some people throwing fireworks
I'm gonna tell
outside.
them all you suck.
I can't have my eternal damnation being bullied. No.
He's freaking dead.
I'm fucking back.
Oh shit! Hey,
kill me.
Oh hey, Mr. Slug.
I feel like you biffed this so bad. I feel like you biffed it so bad. I do not know. Like you.
So yeah, so that's basically he's really these people. I want to learn. I want to be able to make. Like, sometimes I've been able to do it on occasion. Very once in a while, I'm able to make like something out of nothing. But like I am such a freaking straightforward person when it comes to video games. I'm like. That's why I keep saying I need a game with story so I can read it. Because then I can make, it's something for me to say or something to talk about. If I truly did not, it's not really forced, but like, if I didn't care about making contents, even if it's like actually like of no value, there'd be more times when I would not be talking at all in games, right? There have been times when I kind of do that in like Motor Slice, but with Motor Slice, it's such a beautiful open area. The ambience is important, right? Like going through it and just like looking at the megastructure is really cool. And taking time to be quiet, And that's fine to be quiet. I don't need to be speaking every single possible second. I'm not trying to do that. But like, they make something out of nothing. And my stuff is still just plain. I have a plain burger, right? He makes a freaking full course meal out of content. Full, a burger with, a beautifully seared beef patty, delicious cheese, lettuce, tomato, perhaps. I don't like tomatoes. Maybe he does. Mayonnaise, mustard, maybe ketchup. Whatever. Like nice, whatever he uses for toppings. He's got like really, really good fries. And freaking whatever his choice of drink is on the side, like let's say wine. Really, he's good at. These people are good at making content. I'm not, which sucks. So at least not in their way. But at the same time, it's okay. I have my own way of making content, and I've done it before, and I gotta focus on that. But it's hard because the people who I look up to and who I enjoy watching, their form of content is far different from mine. It's like it's richer. Whereas mine is more softer, if that makes sense. Sometimes I go a little bit overboard occasionally, but like, it's just mine isn't consistent. I lack consistency, Sub operation is crazy. You would know about running a sub operation when a what? Sub operation. I don't get it. My brain ain't smart enough right now. I ain't smart. it went right over my head, unfortunately. So anyway, so that's an example of like he makes noises, he reacts to it. Like I can do it occasionally, but like I have this like restrictions, right? I'm a little too embarrassed to be making noises, you know? I do occasionally, but like it's hard also because I live with a family and I have a window open, so it's hard to really go full tilt into his kind of stuff. But I want to start doing it a little bit with him. I need to learn to better take an opportunity and make something out of it, you know, and like role play and, you know, like oh, my leg, ow, you know, that kind of thing. I'm embarrassed. I can't. But I really want to show New Venture because, oh my God, it was so fucking hilarious. This I'm gonna spoil this for you guys. This fucking video was so freaking funny.
I awaken.
Hi.
We have our left and our right and our up and our down. And my jump, run.
Hey. Hey. Is there a limit to how many times I can do this before I just do die? You can't hold me in here. Oh, wait. Looks like I'm out of here. Not bad. We got work to do. This must be the way out of this crazy place. Ow. Oh. Can I get my clothes back if I Oh, guys, I put my user, like my Twitch thing into it. Whoever is whoever's listed on it is the character I'm currently playing. I've connected my Twitch account. So if you're listed on it, you are the current life on the screen. Resinox, there's a button down there.
He doesn't know we pressed it already.
Oh, shit. How the fuck did I do that? Hang on. Resinox is doing handstands. And now they're doing push-ups fully vertical. Holy
Damn.
shit. How do I...
They got serious ups.
They're gone. They're gone, and it's real Zingy Mouse now. All right, Zingy, I've got an idea. I can... If I hold up, and then I hold jump... Oh, don't fucking backseat me or I'll fucking kill you in video game. I'll dump you right in the piss. Don't ever on-screen backseat me again.
We're out of here.
Stuff is going well for this. All right, Drew. We're not gonna be caught slipping like that again, but I am going for. Oh,
Easy there. There's a button up there.
all right, Drew's gone. When is the rolling boulder trap? Why the fuck did you just take your clothes off, bro? What the fuck are you doing?
Good job.
Normac killed themselves. We're in. Check this shit out. I already know how to fix this. Nice. I believe in us? Yeah.
I don't know what mayonnaise on my burger.
No! I tried to grab it. I'm so sorry. 90 who you're up. Maybe these clothes will help us. I did try. Let it be known. Okay, 90 who, sit the fuck back down. Okay, got it.
And we're going for that next one right now. Here we go. And 3, 2, 1.
And Pippers. The chosen one. This guy knows how to deal with a pyramid. Never mind. And it's gonna be Chippersy. I don't believe in you. Shut up.
Shut up.
All right.
I'm gonna give you another one of those. And then
This video was so fucking fun to watch the first time. I'm surprised I'm still having fun with watching this now.
Nothing to say anymore,
I don't want to become I don't want to become like a reaction VTuber necessarily. Obviously, I do watch videos every once in a while. I'm not here to react necessarily. I'm just here to watch and enjoy because I'm still eating food and I just need a moment to relax. And I want to show you guys again the joys of Tomato because he's funny. Go watch him. I really recommend you guys go watch him because his shit is really funny.
Hi. Emmett Brown.
But this video made me laugh so fucking hard. I need to fast forward to that one point that made me freaking like die of laughter.
The game, it was rigged. All right, Emmett.
Here's the deal.
I need a perfect fucking swing from you. It needs to be perfect.
Goodbye.
Oh my god! Satoma. This one's all you. Hang on.
Uh-oh. Oh, I remember this part.
Wait. Oh, fucking Christ. Never mind. Oh, the worst chatter is up.
Oh boy. Try playing better.
Pro
oh
gamer
no.
tip, try playing better.
Oh no.
I should kill you fucking dead. Try using both. I should fucking kill you right now. Use your thumbs. Oh my god.
He's asking to be dunked.
Oh, you see that? We're fucking dead now. I don't know how to get out of this one. Got it?
Nice.
We got
Gosh,
it.
baby.
We got it. That's the scion. Obtained. Another treasure.
Oh, there it is. That's
Easy.
nice. There we go. That works.
What is this? So I just took my hat. I should probably familiarize myself more with what I can
Shut up.
do. Wait.
Yes.
What did I? Nums. Did you just fucking poop, bro?
Ew.
Dude, was that your sick move?
Yeah.
That is nasty.
Nice
That is
move,
fucking
Omni Noms.
crazy. Oh, Aminums, I got bad news. I don't think I think mechanically, like 12 people have to die here. Ha! I can't even hold.
They
on
can just
that
fly over.
ledge.
He's
Dude,
underestimating
I
his
got
ability to
bad
fly.
news. I'm gonna give this one go. Ooh. Ooh.
Just barely.
All they had to do was fly. That's devastating.
Or I'll say
Just make
gamer
it
words.
painless, or I'll say gamer words. We gotta get that guy out of there. Hey man,
Little goblin.
what's good?
And he's on fire.
Okay. I don't know how you are that flammable. I thought that was an NPC I could talk to. Okay, well, I'm gonna jump that this time. Hey man, he kills you. There might be, dude. All right,
No,
let's
it
just
wasn't.
focus on getting across. Ha! Okay, uh-oh. What? Since when? Since when can you perfectly wall run? Oh, well, you can't perfectly wall fall. Oh! Damn! Diamond!
This game is so funny though, because like the freaking comedic, like just like the roll into the freaking platform was so fucking funny.
We did
And
it.
it's just so many more moments like
Alright,
this.
World's our oyster. We're dead. Okamid. Oh, saved it at the last second. That's not a platform. I do not consent to this.
Okay, so we might end up watching this entirety. It might be good just to keep watching this for now. I'm gonna go get some more mayonnaise though, because my burger does not have enough mayonnaise. I'm not even gonna bother going BRB. I'm just gonna mute myself and put my model away, and I'll let you guys watch this for a little bit. BRB.
Huh? I don't remember asking. I'm saving your goddamn life. You want to die in this dungeon? You could be thanking me for saving your dang life. Now grab that treasure. Oh, you fuck up. Hey, freak. Remember me? Huh, this is where they were. Oh, fucking Christ. Dude, I need this guy moved. He's gonna beat my ass. I don't know what to tell you. Eepus. Wait, but the door's open now. Someone had to die. Two people, two noble souls had to die. Back?
We're here. I see where we are.
Well, this solves like I can. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
So this
Which
one was
one of these
interesting.
opens this door over
This
here?
is one of the
Any
moments
of
when
them
I was like,
open it?
when I was
No.
watching him, I was like, I could definitely solve this, and I want to play it
that's
myself.
So fucking
I
twisted,
like puzzle
dude. I gotta
games
shoot the arrow
a
up
lot.
top. Okay.
And this is like in line with what I'd be able to enjoy. Like it's pretty straightforward what you have to do here.
Oh, Fodroko!
But that is one thing to keep in mind is Tomato isn't like the smartest individual, unfortunately. Which,
Oh, no.
Which is actually probably to his benefit, anyways. Like, he's very reckless when he plays games, but it's because he knows how to make content out of it. He's not stupid, right? And he's actually pretty competent in video games. But whenever you watch him, you'll notice he always seems super stupid. and he's not actually that stupid, but he just
He's fallen down a little.
he intentionally turns his brain off because it's usually more funny that way.
Or level.
I need to do that myself. So like right there, right? He knows
Oh no, he's fallen down a lower
that
level.
like I'm like 90% positive he knows the arrows are still there, right? He had seen what happens when he hits some of these buttons here, and yet despite that he runs across, gets hit by the arrow, and then dies. To be fair, maybe he was expecting the rock to stop rolling and didn't realize he was going to keep going, but who knows? I thought he ran across it. I didn't realize he threw the rock.
How do I gently drop a rock, bro?
Oh, easily. I
Yep,
guess.
and I'm not very good at that, unfortunately.
If I activate everything, eventually all will be well. Why is the guy already dead? No, he's dead! I can't do it anymore!
Nope. So the solution here is it's pretty obvious pretty quickly once he relates to what the buttons do. So the buttons, you need to make it so the little guy here, the goblin, travels across here and here, because one of the buttons brings down a platform here, another one brings the platform down here, another button brings this door up here, and then another one brings the door up here. The solution here was to have the goblin walk across here, hit this button, which then brings this down, I believe. No. What it does, this button probably lifts this up, and then you hit another button, which activates this arrow here, which goes across and hits this button, which then brings the chest down here, giving you the treasure. The problem is, with this game, the way it works, once a character dies on screen that isn't the player character, then once the player character comes back, they're permanently dead. You have to, I think, completely restart the entire area, which sucks, but it is what it is.
I'm gonna crash out!
You already are.
What if he comes back? Does he
You are
race?
crashing out already.
What? I'm gonna fucking kill this player next. I'm gonna haul you all the way up to the top of this ding-dang tower.
I kind of want to good job. I want to keep watching. I'm gonna go back and rewatch this part, but I'm not going to. I've already watched it.
Yes. Oh! Got it.
We're out of here. Now, do we know? Okay, that was very helpful actually, because it tells me where I am. Oh! I'm guessing water kills you if you touch it.
I knew it. It's demanding a wall jump from me, possibly multiple.
Okay, you know, I was wondering to myself, why is there so much missed content? Because there was so much more the last time I watched it. I realized just now, I remembered, I had originally watched the actual full VOD of this. There's actually a lot of content you don't see in this that's still pretty funny on its own. I wonder if it actually has that one. It does. I think. Where is that? Here, yeah, this one right there. I may have to go to the VOD to showcase this better. I do. So we'll watch this for a little bit. Once we get to a certain point, I need to show you the VOD. But he is so good at being entertaining, even for 4 hours, nearly 4 hours, right? He's still that good. And I just feel so like freaking incompetence. It's gonna be funny. Stop it there. I'm gonna stop it there. We'll continue watching this.
Dude, I'm getting better.
Wait,
Yo, could you be the one? Dude, if we fuck this up now, you are fully dead and you're talking! Get your fucking yapping off my screen! Get that shit
it is.
out of here!
I gotta stop comparing myself.
Do as you ask, boss. Yeah, I need you to fucking shut
It's
your
hard
mouth
not,
is
though.
what I need you to do, all right? Because if that big old fucking paragraph gets in my screen while I'm climbing that tower, dude, heads are gonna roll. Ah! Ah! I'm gonna do the hat tech where I break my impact. All right, everything is gonna, it's all looking up now.
Now I can get my treasure without any bullshit. Come to me. Come to me. Yes! Yes!
Now you're gonna get
All I
down.
needed was to reset. The
The
plumbix. Oh,
Oh, shit.
My fault in the last second.
Nice.
He's the one. What is it asking of me here?
Jeez, that's big.
Obviously a treasure down here for those that are daring enough to go for it. That said, I'd never survive. Shut up, never tell me the odds.
Holy shit!
Okay, idea. It's not that I can't
I'm gonna
make
floss
it,
my teeth
it's
real
that
quick.
I need to be going in there with the force of 1,000 suns.
Nope.
Breathe, guys. You need to pull the air into your lungs before I send you down in there. I got an idea. I know what it is. Clothes off. Get all of it off. How do you take your actual fucking shirt off again? This is
It's just
harassment. Wah, wah, I'm trying to make you the fucking best.
If there ever was.
They just didn't have it.
There's obviously a secret air bubble in this place. No, there fucking isn't.
No,
That is
it's-
so dark.
Go down.
Ain't no way, man. 1,000,000 deaths.
So many bodies piling up in there. It's, you know for sure it smells rancid in there now. Like,
What if?
Like at that point, how many bodies there are and how long it's been, like even if he does get over here, it's not actually the case. But like, this air is rancid. You might as well just be full of air, water at this point.
Breathe really hard, and then we go for it. Dead like the rest.
Yeah, such a mechanic
So
doesn't exist in
how
the
do we
game, but
get
it's funny to
air?
think about.
In there. Sick boat.
This is funny.
Wait, no.
He discovers that you can no clip
No.
into the walls with a body floating on water.
Where am I?
Whee!
How am I? Oh, it seems like
He's been raptured.
it seems I've managed to no clip, and now I'm flying. Goodbye, everyone. I ascended. Well, that's a speedrun tech. If you ever need a speedrun tech, I'm going to go find God, I guess. Got raptured. Yep. I gotta restart this guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not very useful. You get stuck.
You know what that means? That button just activated the fucking, like, I don't know, air bubble.
The
in
water's gone.
in the thingy.
I
We're
think.
going for it.
Pretty sure.
Oh,
Yep.
oh my fucking god, that is 50,000 dead.
All those
idiots
people
died in a cave that
gone.
had a fucking drainage pipe.
Yep.
Oh boy. Can't believe no one else thought to go up top and just check.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy, you guys. You gotta work on your like common gamer sense or something.
So that's what he also does. He's really good at like he includes his chatters. He does this thing where like if like in this case because he's playing as the chat, he's putting the blame on them, and he does it in a way that's like funny, right? It's not serious. It's not being serious. Clearly, they know, but it makes for some really fun content. For instance, like if he gets attacked by something, sometimes it'd be like, "Why were you looking, chat? I asked you guys to watch my back. What are you doing?" You know, or like when he's playing the long drive, he will pretend that the chat is in the car with him, and he'll be like he'll RP like he's like a in RP opens door and tosses you out the car, and things like that, and like I need to remember to do that because that'd be also fun to do. It's just again I have too many like I have too many inhibitions. Is that right? I'm like I tend to like hold myself back too much because I'm too embarrassed to be a little more silly sometimes. Like to be a little too more. Role play is a weird thing for me. I've been capable of doing it to an extent, but like because maybe it's my autism. Actually, most likely it is my autism. It's hard because I'm just straightforward. I'm very straightforward for the most part. I take things at face value, and even if I know someone's like not being serious, I I'm sure you've noticed this as well, Roomba. I've had difficulty hitting the ball back in a game of ping pong that is roleplay or just general comedic interaction, right? I'll hit the ball, and won't really hit it. I'll just let the ball on the ping pong table bounce back. I'll watch it like go towards me and then watch it fly off, and then look it back at you, and then just like shrug my shoulders. That's basically the extent of like what I'll do when it comes to interaction with chat sometimes, and it really sucks because, like, I know you said comparison is it's I agree, it's not good to compare too much, but it doesn't hurt to compare because then you can decide for yourself what aspects you actually enjoy that you yourself want to establish, embolden. I don't know. But I need to do better at either finding my form of content, even if it means being deadpan or straightforward or dense. Maybe that can be funny. Or I need to start practicing more on roleplay and, like you said, releasing my inhibitions and just going full kilter into like something, right? But I look up to Tomato and a number of people, even Yanners and Girl DM, and they're funny to me. They're very funny. But Tomato was the one I enjoyed the most, I think, in the past, and I still enjoy him a lot. I've been watching him a lot recently.
Harmony optional fucking locked in, figured that out. Ooh. They just don't have the get up and go movement tech.
Blaming the chat again.
Is up. You don't need that bubble of air.
And he messed up again.
Well, I found a little hack. I found a little repeatable hack in the video game. A corpse, guys, you can use as a raft to slide into things. When you do, your character loses collision with the world around him. You're done. I don't even know what to tell you. Anything under the boat? No. You're fucking dead, man. I don't know what to tell you. Wait, secret. Hey, Kips, you served us well, man. I sent you a friend. It's just an air bubble.
I sent you a friend.
Never mind.
It's so fucking...
Another rapture to add to my collection.
It's 3.
Son of a fucking bitch.
Okay.
Check this one out. Ooh, that's spooky. And dude, you seriously fucked up. I was looking away when that happened. What if you fell into that horrible poison? You gotta keep your fucking mouth shut when I'm jumping crazy style. Yeah, focus.
Crazy
I've
style.
had a lot of time to learn how to play the game.
Speaking of crazy style,
I'm ready to get my clutches off. What the fuck is up with this guy?
so speaking of crazy style, not sure how okay, so I enjoy watching other VTubers. Makes sense. And a while ago, I was watching I don't remember which one it was, but I guess Henya had learned about the phrase bounce on it crazy style without understanding completely what it meant or everything. She thought it was funny. And when I was watching that and her it being explained to her and she still used it, I had this weird like daydream. I guess I consider it a fantasy. It's just a funny interaction I was interested in doing. Let's say I ever meet her. I don't know if I will. Maybe not. Probably not. But like, let's say if I do, I wanted to be like, for my first meeting, to be like, Henya, oh, the bounce on it VTuber, right? And I thought that'd be funny. But at the same time, thinking about it, like, my point is, I have potential. It's there. I have ideas. The bounce on it girl, right? Like that, it's like kind of rude though, is it the thing? And I'd be afraid to actually say it. So if I ever do have the opportunity to potentially meet her, I'd probably ask one of her friends and pass this joke by them first. Most likely. Other people would not. Other people would just do it. And then if it doesn't work out, move on. Right? But like I'm too cautious. I'm too careful of a person sometimes. And like, you'll see me do this just also in my behavior when playing video games. I'm really good at peeking corners, and like, I'm usually very careful. Sometimes I make mistakes, but for more content, I think I need to be more careless. It's just hard to want to do that around people when it comes to relationships and interacting with people directly. Because what if she doesn't appreciate that? Me being a new person who she doesn't know and who, you know, just comes in and goes, "You're the bounce on it, girl." Like, how fucking obnoxious is that for a first meeting? Maybe it's fine. Maybe she'd find it funny, but there are many people who I know who would be so put off by that. And that's what scares me, you know? Potentially, yeah. I'm pretty sure they've all heard worse. But you see what I'm saying? I have potential. It's in there. Even on stream, there have been many like jokes I've thought about and never actually even voice or whatever, because I don't want to go too far. Because I will go too far. I am not because I'm malicious, nothing like that. I've had plenty of jokes, some of which are potentially maybe too much. Either some of them can be potential for being either sexist, racist, or otherwise degenerate, like uncalled for. Uncalled for is what it is. I sometimes have thoughts that are uncalled for, and thankfully I'm really good at filtering those out. So much so where I'm almost too good at filtering them out, and as a result, nothing gets done, nothing gets said, right? So, it's also possible maybe my standards are too high for what should be morally okay to say, and that maybe I'm just too uptight, and maybe some of the thoughts I've had that might be uncalled for, that I consider uncalled for, actually may not be that uncalled for after all. But it's really hard because I'm a conscientious person to a fault, is my point, and it hampers me. It hurts me. Maybe not directly, but like, things could be funnier maybe if I was a little more unhinged, like Tomato is. You know what I mean? So it's like, if I have an opportunity to ever meet her, whether in person or preferably, you know, as let's say I collab with her, right? I would probably ask Zentrea and pass this joke by her and be like, I want to say this to Henny as a first thing, but I don't know if Henny is going to like it or if it's okay to do. What do you think, Zentrea? Assuming I ever talk with her, maybe I won't even, maybe it'll be like also be a first time with her, but maybe like, "Hi, my name is Svela. I have a question for you. Maybe you could help me here," that kind of thing, right? And then go from that. But like, execution would be a thing. I'm not very good at executing things sometimes, even if I planned for it. And I don't like saying it this way because it's like one of the things like, "Oh, I'm so humble," and it just feels awkward to say it. I'm a nice person and a somewhat humble person. I can be prideful and I can be cruel, definitely. I'm not saying I'm the most nice person either, but I am treated with a lot of leniency. I'm treated with a lot of kindness in my life because I'm a very amicable person. As an example, my dentist, I actually finished paying off a bill that is 6 months late. I've been paying off this dental bill. That was a couple $100 that, because my insurance was no longer covering in system. It was out of system. They'd still cover it, but they'd have to reimburse me from now on instead of them paying for it from at the office. So as a result, there was this bill I could not pay. And so my dentist, the receptionist, was like, "It's fine, we'll do it in portions." And so over the course of a couple months, I brought down $200 to $150 and $100, and then I forgot to pay the bill for a couple months. Sorry, I'm burping. They had sent me mail about it, and so a couple months went by. I called them saying, "I'm sorry for doing this," and so I paid off half of that, so $50, or whatever, and I had $55 left, and this $55 I owed them, I sat on for like 6 months because I forgot, or I didn't have the money for it, or I was so tired, and their hours aren't the best for my schedule. Again, I'm awake during the night usually, and I'm asleep during the day, so all the things I need to do, I can't do because I'm not sleeping right. I'll wake up when they're closed and I can't call them and I'll forget about it. And so they let me sit on that with no interest at all. Like, I get a lot of leniency. I get a lot of kindness because of how amicable I am but I'm not stupid. I'm very aware of what I do sometimes, usually. And voice is being dumb. So I'm a hyper aware individual who is very conscientious and tries to keep things civil amongst those I interact with. As a result, it's hard for me to be more willing to be unhinged and more inhibited, and that's less funny, at least in regards to my standards of what is funny. That's basically the blurb. That's the burger, that right there. That's what that is, right? So I need to learn to be a little more willing to take risks. But if I ever do take a risk and see something supremely uncalled for, know that I don't mean it. And I would need someone to be like, hey, moment, please. That may be going too far. But also understand the moment that happens, my inhibitions will be cranked back up to an 11 as a result. I'll backpedal, right? I prefer to be in the shadows. And the moment I step out of the shadows and make a mistake, I go further into the shadows. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. And not like Batman or like edgy. I mean, in the sense of like I'm hiding, Go bounce it, Tayo. I honestly just something along those lines. I'm sure it'd be funny. So again, it's hard to say for sure. I would like to think she would actually be perfectly fine with it, without me having to pass it by one of her friends. But if I have the opportunity to ever collab with her, I would try. I don't know if they'd ever respond to me. I would try to get in contact with one of her friends first, pass this joke by them, and see what they say. I would be surprised if someone already did this joke. But like, oh right, Hanya, you're the dots on that girl, right? I mean, so it just. I don't interact with people very often. Can you tell? I'm not very good at interacting with people. And like, I'm an introvert who is perfectly comfortable playing video games on her own. I've spent freaking... I have nearly 500 hours in EU5. The last 65 hours were for the past like week and a half. And I've been playing nonstop for like 3 weeks. And I'm perfectly fine doing that on my own with Tomato in the background. Listening to Tomato, playing EU5, doing the same thing over and over again, experimenting with scenarios, and not doing much else. I could be making videos. I could be streaming more often. I could be working more often. I'm just playing games on the same game over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. The same scenario, restarting because I'm not satisfied with something, and then getting further. Like I want to share this a little bit because oh my gosh, I managed to set foot on Ireland as a German countess and have slowly conquered Ireland, keeping the Pale, Europe's dominion, at bay, to the point where I took the Pale's vassals from them. For those who don't know what this game is about, it's a history sort of it's a history game. You play as the King of England, or the Count of Wallachia, or a tribal group in Native America, or in America rather, or things like that. And like it's fun. I like these games. I also want to go back to CK3 as well, because CK3, Crusader Kings 3, is a little more roleplay than EU5, but EU5 allows a lot of opportunities for that. And I like playing as female characters. I prefer to do it at all costs. And I wanted to play Ireland because it seemed really interesting because of the fight against England that Ireland was doing. Because at the time, the 1300s, England was slowly encroaching upon Ireland, trying to conquer it, along with Scotland. But also around that time is when the 100 Years' War happened, and so they had to contest with France. So they had their vassal, the Pale, at least based on the game here, EU5 is called the Pale, do it on their behalf. So the way that works is if you fight the Pale, you'll fight England at the same time, which really sucks because they have like 40,000 troops when most countries can barely field 1,000, right? And the Pale field like 2,000. So the Pale on their own would be doable. You could fight them potentially, but every time you fight, if they attack you, England may or may not get involved. But if you attack them, England will get involved no matter what. So you have to, if anything, you have to wait for the Pale to attack you and hope England doesn't get involved, and then you have to fight the Pale. And yet the Pale won't fight you if you're too powerful. They'll only fight you if they know for a fact their overlord will come to join them. So you're almost always going to be forced into a 14,000 troops on your end against 40,000 plus on their end. It really sucks. And yet I managed to not only ally England, I allied England as a small German countess. I got in the middle of a war between the Pale and Ulster, Northern Ireland, at the right moment, to where England joined my war against their own vassal, the Pale. We kicked their ass. I watched England kick their own ass, basically, and took most of their land, freed several of their vassals, Desmond and what have you, and now the Pale has only a few counties in Dublin, a little bit north of Dublin, and West Dublin. That's basically it. It was the funniest shit. I felt so accomplished. I was able to do this. But now it's gotten boring. I'm in the process of slowly coring everything, making everything my core locations. Because I'm not a native of the area, and I need to make the areas my own. But to do that, you have to core it, or you have to annex your vassals if you have any vassals in Ireland, which you can do, but it takes anywhere between 10 to 20 years to vassalize somebody, which is a lot of fucking time. And I have 10 vassals. That's 100, if not more, years. And then coring something individually can take anywhere between 2 and 20 years. So it's there's 80 locations or more in Ireland. And so that's 800 years, which fucking sucks, because I want to make Ireland. And to make Ireland, the Pale has to not exist. So I had to go to war with the Pale again, which means I had to finagle things. So I'm at war with the Pale, with England on my side somehow. I don't know how I accomplished it the first time. I have to do it again. Gotta figure it out. And I also have to consume everything. Every location in Ireland, most of it anyways. I have to annex my vassals and core the individual locations I just take from them directly, which is going to take hundreds of years, which fucking sucks. But the main reason why I did it, though, the main reason why I wanted to go to Ireland was a very particular reason, actually. I know we're kind of getting sidetracked here, but I mean, I'm just talking right now. I'm not playing games. Let me show this to you guys. I felt so proud of myself about accomplishing this. Come on. Come on. Please. Thank you. Okay. So. In the year 1361, the 17th of January, 8 in the morning, Rheineck, an insignificant German county, managed to establish an alliance with the great English kingdom. From this, she then went on to turn England against her own vassal, the Pale, allowing her to take over several of the Irish lands, ripping them from not only the Pale, but therefore England themselves. And then in 1361, 17th of January, so actually it wasn't 1361, it was before that, right? Whatever, the point is, I made an alliance with England, managed to go to war against the Pale with England on my side, because the Pale was trying to fight Ulster up here. I fought Ulster myself, vassalized them, and the Pale was then at war with my vassal, so I went into the war and brought in England at the same time, right? Allowing me to have England fight themselves, basically. Right. So Eve, Tyrone, Connaught, and Tyrconnell were the people I end up fighting. Eve becomes a vassal. And then because of that, I ended up being at War of the Pale, and England honored my treaty. Your Excellency, England has honored our treaties and joined our invincible armies in the war versus the Pale, Armagh, Clan William, Ulster, Ormond, Desmond, Kildare, and Desies. So most of these are vassals of the Pale. And the Pale is a vassal of England. And England went to war with their vassal on my behalf. Funny. And then during all this, a coup happened where my daughter basically came to me and said, she basically, oh my God, what is the name of, Roomba? Are you familiar with are you familiar with Warcraft 3? What's the name of the blonde prince who kills his father? You're not. Okay, so let me look this up real quick. It's been a while since I've played that game. In Warcraft 3, there is this faction of undead you can play as. To play as them in the campaign, you can play them in multiplayer or whatever, but to play them in the campaign, you play as the human prince of this kingdom, and you're going through the nation, fighting off the undead and what have you, and it gets to a point where in his efforts to try to fight off the undead, he seeks out a power, a sword that is rumored to be in this area. That sword is the sword of the Lich King, having been sealed away. And the prince ignores the warnings of his friends and his advisors in favor of getting the sword to fight off the undead. It eventually corrupts him, and he eventually comes to his father, kills his father, and starts becoming undead himself. It's really interesting. So, Warcraft 3, prince that kills his father king. Arthas Menethil. He ends up becoming the Lich King. This guy. That's not a good picture. He originally wielded a great hammer until he killed his father with the sword of the Lich King. Spoilers, by the way. Let me actually bring it up real quick. Succeeding you. I enjoyed War. I need to play Warcraft with you guys, like the campaign. So at this point, Arthas, right? He comes back to his father, to the kingdom, in victory because he succeeded in fighting off the undead or whatever, right? And everyone's like throwing him flower petals, and they're like so happy with him coming, coming back, right? This is the best of quality we have. And yet none of them know the darkness that lurks beneath his cloak, right behind his gaze. Everyone's cheering for him. And this is the end of the human campaign. And the beginning of the undead campaign. It's really fun. This game and StarCraft both are what got me into the concept of being the monster, being the enemy, the villain. I love villain stories and villainous stories. I love the idea of it. And so I gobbled up Warcraft 3 and StarCraft Zerg, you know? This scene was so iconic. Just 3 of them.
Ah, my son. You no longer
That's the Lich King.
sacrifice for your people.
The influence.
You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown.
Oh no, that's Arthas talking.
No longer need. Ah, my son. You no longer need to sacrifice.
Right. I thought it was the Lich King speaking quietly. That's just straight up freaking Arthas talking. Let me fix these. Nope.
Advice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of
everything. Yeah, he's no longer blonde, his hair is white.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you.
Succeeding you, father.
Bye-bye. Thus begins the end of the human kingdom of whatever this place is. I forgot the name of the actual kingdom. He kills his father.
This kingdom shall fall.
And then he makes it succumb to the
ashes shall arise a new order
the undead.
that will shake the very foundations of the world.
So the thing is, Arthas, I don't think intended to be undead. He did all this, sippy time. He did all this to make a new order, right? Unaware that that order would be the order of undead. He was fighting the undead before this happened, right? And he killed them off with the sword and with the strength and everything. That's part of the campaign. And yet what's funny is, what's ironic is later on, he eventually decides to ally himself with them and also conquer them and bring them into his fold. It's a really interesting scenario. But this game, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, StarCraft in general, and the Colonial Marines game, the Alien Colonial Marines, that lets you play as the alien, where you start in a science facility and you have to make your way out of the facility, killing scientists and Marines alike. Those three games is what got me into the idea of being the monster. Because they're scary. But being the fear is so much fucking fun. It's so fun. And it's why I loved Carrion so damn much. It was just, they were core memories of me. They're formative. It was during my formative years as well. Like, I was like 14, 15, I think, or maybe even 12 when I played Warcraft 3. But like, it was so much fun. I need to see if Warcraft 3 is available on Steam. I don't think it is. Pretty sure it's not. Warcraft. Nope, I know where it is though. I know where it is available. I can buy it and download it digitally. I can do that. I know where to get it. So that's fine. Anyways, this bitch succeeded me. Basically, you actually have an option when this happens. You have an option of allowing the heir to kill your character, allowing you to then play as the character faster, right? Instead of waiting for your character to die of old age. Or you kill them. You kill your heir, which I don't care for. You know, the whole point of these kind of games is you're playing, you're basically jumping bodies. That's the way I see it, is you're a soul who jumps bodies from one to another. And so in this scenario, I would have no problem with my heir killing me because knowing that I'm going to become them kind of thing, you know? There's some caveats there, of course. They'd still be their own character. But I would be like, my direction in the dynasty's fate is the point, right? I am this overarching spirit who has control over the dynasty, and I lead and guide them in certain directions within reason of the characters having their own personalities to an extent, right? Crusader Kings 3 plays that with that idea more in depthly, because your characters have their own personalities and they have certain things they prefer. You can go against that, which causes your characters stress, severe stress, right? Because they're going against their own values. In EV5, European Universalis 5, it's a little bit less in depth. It's not that big. There really isn't that there. And instead, the personality simply adds some flavor where like a given event is more likely to fire if the character has a particular trait. Otherwise, the personalities of the characters don't really matter anymore. So anyways, this happened. I allowed her to basically... Countess Udelhild was succeeded by Svela. We bring sad news. Countess Udelhild the False von Rheineck has died at the age of 42. She was Countess of the County of Rheineck. Her late excellency was assassinated by heiress Svela von Rheineck. Her tireless efforts to improve our economy will be sorely missed. So for reference, by the way, Rheineck is over here. in like southeastern Germany, near Austria and Bohemia. I managed to go from here, across the waters, across the channel, to Ireland. I'm slowly taking it over. Countess Svela von Reinecke will now rule our glorious country. Her Excellency's attention to detail and superior administrative skill will aid us in reforming our administration and maximizing our taxes. Kind of seems kind of like me. I'm pretty good at attention to detail and administrative stuff. So, yeah. And then following this, I watched as England themselves besieged Dublin, the capital of their vassal. I didn't even do anything. I just sat back, just watched it, and just watched it happen. It's like, yep, good job, England. Yep, thank you. Very nice. I needed the help. You're so helpful. Thank you. They capitulated, and then this happened. So I think I didn't even take them as vassals. I didn't have enough war score to take all the Desmond and Ormond as vassals directly. I instead had the Pale. I forced the Pale to simply release them. So the Pale would no longer have them under their jurisdiction. So if I attacked Desmond, the Pale would not intervene. They would not. And the Pale would have had a truce with these other countries upon the completion of the treaty, and which means they could not just take them back immediately. They have to wait until the truces are over. So I could then get ready to fight Ormond and Desmond and what have you in Kildare. In the meantime, gobble them up before the Pale could regain their forces and then go after them again, right? So it was hilarious. It was so fucking funny. Because this is the diplomacy screen, and this tells if you click on England and you hit diplomacy, it'll tell you who they're associated with. Green means it's their domain. Purple is a royal marriage, and blue is an alliance with me. Yay! And the other colors mean something else, like rivalries or whatever. So yeah. And this is my land, by the way. I had all of these. I had Ulster, Tyrone, Munich, whatever, Connacht as my vassals by this point, before the fight even happened. And they love me. They love me. England loves me. The Pale invites us to the Lordship of Ireland. This Lordship of Ireland has the following members: the Pale, Clan William, Mayo, Decius, Armagh, Kildare, Desmond, Ormond, Ulster, and Clanricarde. So even though I managed to make the Pale release the other nations from its vassalage, they're still part of the Lordship of Ireland. In EU5, there are two organizations in Ireland: the Lordship of Ireland and the High Kingship of Ireland. The Lordship of Ireland is a dominion under England in their efforts to colonize, basically to conquer Ireland entirely. That's what the Pale's purpose is. The Lordship of Ireland's purpose is, right? Their dominion under England. Meanwhile, the High Kingship of Ireland is the tribes fight against that. So they're fractured, but the idea is if you get enough votes amongst the tribes and the independent nations in Ireland that isn't under the English yoke, basically, you become the sort of king of this sort of coalition, and the purpose is to sort of fight off the Pale and thus England. You can't really do that. That's not really possible, unfortunately. Even if you get the High Kingship, it's not possible. England comes in and you're dead. The best bet, I guess, would be you'd be on a timer and you have to build up enough ships to blockade England and then fight the Pale on Ireland in a way where England cannot bring their own troops over. But you'd have to fight the Pale, Desmond, Ormond, and what have you. Sorry, I'm still burping. And so this was honestly a godsend. I think what happened, I'm pretty sure what happened here is I went to war with Iveo, whatever the name is, Iveg, when the Pale was at war with them, and then I vassalized them, forcing me into a war with them, and then I did it in a way that allowed me to bring England in. Because I think me going to war with the Pale, I don't know how it worked. I got lucky, really lucky. So this, however, is the main reason look at that, look what happened to freaking Munster. A beautiful red. They're supposed to be white. or green, like Lancer. Such a beautiful red. This is why I went to Ireland. I mean, I also wanted to go to Ireland because I just wanted something different. In EU5, and also Crusader Kings, when you are a monarch, so actually, in Crusader Kings, you can deform from a kingdom to a tribe through some shenanigans. I've done it before. But in EU5, you can't do that. If you're a monarchy, you are stuck being a monarchy or reforming into a republic or a theocracy. It's the only choices you have. If you're a tribe, you can reform into a monarchy and then go into a theocracy or republic, right? Monarchies, theocracies, and republics are supposed to be the more civilized, highly advanced versions of governments, right? The next step from a tribe. But I like playing as female characters. In the all the governments, there is this form of succession called matrilineal non-exclusive. Matrilineal non-exclusive allows anyone to inherit male or female, and actually gives a little more weight to female heirs if the current ruler is themselves a female, right? A woman, right? If they're not, however, then the way it works is whoever has the most stats gets to become king or queen, right? So if you have a daughter who's second in line and she has more stats than her elder brother and she's an adult and you die, your daughter will inherit. However, people who become generals or admirals, people who lead armies or navies, get a huge boost to that. And the older they are, the more boosts they get as well. It's like 1 point per age, right? So if you're 16 years old, you get 16 points. If you're an army or general, you get 50 points. If you have a military trait, you get 50 points. And you get military traits by leading armies or navies. Women can't lead armies or navies. So if you have any of your sons with military traits, because you had them join an army, they're guaranteed to take the throne if you're male. You yourself, the player, playing the king, right? The leader of the nation is male. But if they're female, then it's almost guaranteed your daughters will become the heir next. Because the way it works is there is a modifier where if your character is female and your daughters, right, they get a 500 point bonus because their mother is the current leader. And your granddaughters also get a 250 point bonus because there's a modifier saying if their grandmother is the king, right, leader. So as long as the sons don't get too many points, it's almost guaranteed you'll be able to continue the line through a matrilineal line of queens, right? Or countesses, or whatever. So I prefer that. And I didn't realize that's how it worked with the matrilineal non-exclusive because I was struggling for the longest time with doing that. Because I was like trying to figure out how to make it work with like matrilineal path. And I saw the modifiers, but the thing is the modifiers, they don't specify it's for women specifically. Like if I were to go into the files, right? Am I dumb? Where is that? Where is that? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Where is you? Nope. Here it is. Wait a minute, Byzantine? I saw a female. Ah, I see. Nope, that's Salic law. I don't want Salic. I want matrilineal and exclusive. Where are you? Union of Crowns, favorite son. The point is, every single succession that is not matrilineal non-exclusive is favored towards males, in the sense that like the females can never, ever inherit the throne if it's not matrilineal. Or the other one, there's also a matriarchal tribal succession where only females can become ruler, which is what tribes have, and only tribes. And once you go from tribal to monarchy, you lose that succession type. So if you want to keep going, you have to become matrilineal non-exclusive. Where is it? Here. No, it's Salic. Am I stupid? Did I pass it? Dentistry, youngest. Hold on. No. Oh, it's specialized. Duh. Right? Special? There it is. So the dynasty is inherited from the mother's side, but both genders can rule. Welcome in, percent. How's it going? So basically the way this works, right? Normally when succession happens, when marriages happen in EU5, the dynasty that gets adopted that gets given to the children is the father's side, usually. Matrilineal, however, does the opposite. Even if it ends up being the men who end up inheriting the throne, the dynasties will always be of the women. So if the idea here is it ensures that the country remains within the same dynasty throughout the entire ruling. Because otherwise you risk the country going to a different dynasty. In EU5, it doesn't really matter that much because you're not playing as a character, you are, but you're actually playing as a nation. So if your dynasty changes, it doesn't matter. It can matter for a few locations. For instance, the Habsburgs are unique in Germany and Austria, and that's without that dynasty tag, there are certain things you can't do. You would need the Habsburgs, a dynasty code tag for specific things, and without that, you don't get whatever it is you're looking for, right? Otherwise, it would just generic whatever tags, right? So this, however, makes sure that your children are born into into the mother, so your daughters, right, and your sons. And this ensures no unions really happen because they'll be of your dynasty. It's going slowly, I'd say, rather than going chaotic too stressfully, I suppose. That's good. So matrilineal non-exclusive, the potential. So cannot have heir selection, fratricide succession, and cannot have uniture. So neither of those have to be currently applicable, I believe. If they are, you have to switch to something else and then switch to matrilineal. And then any of these. So or means any. So nor means neither this nor this. Or means either one of these is fine. So you can be cultural language, Malayalam language, having the Tuluva culture, the Minangkabau culture, having the Kwa language, Nubian language, the Olelo Hawaii language, or having the law that unlocks a matrilineal exclusive. It used to be you could have this immediately, but now they have hidden it behind a law, which is stupid, but whatever. Allowed. So this is only allowed as long as your laws do not forbid female rulers, right? Through female, yes. So the through female means through the female line. In other succession laws, there are also like descriptions that say through female, but only male. What that means is the succession can go through your daughter towards your grandson, kind of thing, right? Otherwise, if you don't have that and it prevents that, the law could actually prevent you from maintaining your dynasty because it'll go to a different line, different dynasty, right? Because you don't have any, you won't have any applicable heirs, even though you clearly have a perfectly good grandson, kind of thing, right? So through female is honestly one of the important things in general to make sure it stays in your dynasty and goes to your grandson if you don't want it to go to your daughter. I want it to go to my daughter, to all my daughters and my granddaughters. So that's not applicable to me, but it's important for context. Now, allow female is where it is a big deal, right? So most other successions do not have this. It'll say allow female, no. Every single one of them, say for matrilineal non-exclusive and the matriarchal tribal clan mother succession. That's the only ones that allow female. Oh, no. Theocracies. There's one more, the abbess. The abbess is where you're a theocracy, and it goes through female characters, but they're not of your dynasty. They're of lowborn. They don't have a dynasty. Theocracies never really have a dynasty at all. That's the whole shtick, right? So it's just whoever gets like voted into office kind of thing, right? So those are the only 3 succession types that allow a female heir. Otherwise, it does not, which sucks for me, honestly, because it becomes sort of like a challenge of sorts. I like the challenge, right? I like the challenge of trying to make it work, because the idea is that if I become my son or whatever in these games, it's game over and I have to restart. It's kind of like a pseudo hardcore mode, sort of, right? So having the matriarchal tribal clan mother succession is a sort of an end game kind of thing, right? It's something you need to work towards. As monarchy, you can't do that. Normally, you can't do that. And we'll get to it in a moment. It's what I was kind of, alluding to with this. Give me a moment. I'll mention it here. So, matrilineal non-exclusive. Allow female, yes. Allow male, yes. Through female, yes. Ignore ruler, yes. So it ignores the ruler for the calculations of who's heir, because otherwise it throws the calculations off. Allow children, yes. Use mother's dynasty, yes. So this is also important. I mentioned it earlier. It ensures that the mother's dynasty is retained. So her children adopt her dynasty and not the father's. All in country is considered a yes. Allowed estates, nobles estate, clergy estate, burgher estate, yes. Because sometimes your dynasty, if they're too far away from the main line, they'll lose the crown status. There's the estates, the crown estate, the burgher's estate, the clergy estate, the noble estate, and the commoner estate, as well as the tribal estates, amongst maybe one more that I'm not familiar with. Commoners is pretty straightforward. Nobles are the people amongst the nobility. Clergy are the religious peoples, and the burghers are the merchants. And so sometimes your dynasty can end up in one of those other estates after they've been forced out of the crown estate because they're not close enough to the main line to be considered part of the crown. They have to be cousins, like first cousins, second cousins. They have to be daughters, granddaughters, and like a father, parents, and grandparents. Those are like the main line. Any further beyond that, to the sides, like the cousin, like further removed, and they lose the crown estate status and become nobles. So that's why allowed states are like that. Heir is allowed. Scope target ruler of or heir if regent. Dynasty regent. This is just saying the dynasty, right? Locked succession effect. Government type is steep. So if, oh, okay, so. I'm not sure what this means, but there's some, oh, okay, so this is for, like, it's locking in, there'll be a penalty if, for the steep hordes. Sibling score, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Here, this is what's most important here. So here's the description for who is going to be the heir. Heir selection, same dynasty as current ruler. If they're of the same dynasty, you get 100 points. Wanted to ask, did you have Discord link to your server in the past, or is that me who has to the Iliad because I seem to be damn blind? You should be. Discord. Okay, let me do one second. Yeah, the link still works. So there is a link. If you go to my the about portion of the Twitch page, there will be a link to Discord amongst the other links. There's YouTube, So there's Twitter, YouTube, Discord, Throne wishlist, and tips, tributes, donations. Ignore the last two. I gotta get rid of those and restructure things. My entire career needs to be restructured as a VTuber, honestly. There's certain things that need to be wiped away. But it should be in the about portion. Directly beneath the let's see, if we were to go to so go, if you're on mobile, click my name or my my profile picture. Go it'll take you to the homepage, right? Hit the about page. No, don't even do that. At the very top beneath my my general description will be Twitter, YouTube, Discord, Throne Wish. Yes, right there. So right here. Upper chin. Right there. Let me know if it still works. It works on my end, but it's possible maybe it doesn't work on your end. If it doesn't, I'll have to redo the link, which is not a big deal. Let me know if it works. So for matrilineal non-exclusive succession, the way this works, right? If someone is of the dynasty, they get 100 points. If the heir selection, if the parent is the current ruler, they also get 100 points. This is to ensure that those who are like cousins or grandchildren do not get too high of a points. They're still there in the running, but those who are the direct child of the current ruler get the most points to ensure that they become heirs, right? Heir selection, if they're general or admiral, not both, either one of them, they get 50 points. Heir selection, admin description. So admin points, diplomatic points, and military points. Every one of these gives them 1 point. So if they have 100 points in each, that gives them 300 points because 100 points is the maximum for all three of their stats. Heir selection, military trait. If they have a military trait, it's an additional 50 points. And then here comes this right here. So heir selection, mother is ruler, 500 points. Heir selection, grandmother is ruler, 250 points. This suggests that if the current ruler is the mother or grandmother of the child, regardless of whether or not they're a boy or girl, they get a tremendous amount of points, which seems redundant and ridiculous, right? That's no point, right? If we need it for the females. Turns out they don't specify here. Heir selection and mother is ruler for the female children only. I was so confused when I tested this out more recently and noticed that my daughter was in the running for to be my heir, even though I had issues with this before where that wasn't the case, even though it should have been. I looked at the stats and noticed, why did she get like 500 points more than her elder brother? And I went into the description in the game. It said the same thing here, just heir selection, mother is ruler. That's all it says. But when I checked online with the whatever, they specified online this only applies to the daughters and the granddaughters. So if your ruler is female and you have daughters or granddaughters, you're going to be going down the matrilineal line, guaranteed, basically, unless they die, or they only have sons. But even if they only have sons, if their sons have daughters, that's why it says right here, 250 points if grandmother is ruler. So if you are the Countess of Rhynek and you only have sons, but your sons have daughters, then it'll go to your granddaughters. It'll skip your sons entirely and go to them. But if you don't have any daughters or granddaughters, it'll go to your sons, unfortunately. But this is really nice for someone like me who's trying to go for an all-female run in a scenario where normally it's not possible, or it's not easy to do so, right? Not without tribal governments, which is why this is such a big deal. I've already joined. It's just that I was definitely looking for it in the past and didn't see it. I was wondering, did you add it just recently? I've had it for a long time. I've had it for, I think since the very beginning. There was a point a long time ago where it wasn't working properly. I had accidentally used a temporary link. That was like several years ago. So I've had it for a long time. But it's very easy to miss because like I don't have a command for it. I don't think. Do I? I do. That's recent. So that command is recent. That was applied by Sheppy a while ago. Sheppy has been very helpful for me, and they applied that command. So now, if people want to, they can simply type in Discord, !! Discord, and it'll give them the link. So that one should also work. But yeah, it's been a while. Are you still in the Discord? I think you should be. I need water. I need to eat my strawberries. My strawberries are sitting here just doing nothing.
I got my daily intravenous Svela.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for tier 1. Also, I forgot to... Oh my god. Does anyone get to a point where like they'll swallow food and it won't swallow? It'll get stuck get stuck in the back of their throat, just below their tongue. I don't know why, but that happens to me sometimes. And a piece of the strawberry was like stuck there, taunting me, threatening me about it going into my lungs. I'm like, not happening. So that was really bad. Thank you, Roomba, for the subscription as well. I forgot to say thank you directly, and I acknowledged it but never said thank you. So thank you, Roomba. Also, happy lurking. Hopefully, get this assignments done quickly so you can rejoin us. And Upperson, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Strawberry. Oh. Strawberry. Okay, I need to breathe. I need to relax. It's really hard to do so, but I need to relax. Okay, more Irish than the Irish themselves. Generations of living amongst the Irish has led to a gradual but definite change in our way of life. The East Franconian no longer think of us as East Franconian, while the Irish no longer think of us as newcomers. We've become more Irish than the Irish themselves. This event right here. Mentioned before, I mentioned it, in Crusader Kings, you can do some shenanigans to go from monarchy to tribal. Even then, in CK3, you can have elective succession and say monarchy and ensure that your daughters and granddaughters, become heir by doing that, right? With the elective succession. EU5 has elective succession as well. It doesn't work the same way, and it's almost nigh impossible to get your daughters. I think it denies females entirely in the electives, which doesn't make sense because in CK3 it allowed it, and I even think in EU4 it allowed it. So in EU5 they restricted it to only matrilineal for monarchies. That anyone isn't tribes, right? But tribes, like I mentioned before, tribes have a special sort of succession. Let me actually see if it's here. It'll be in tribes. I mentioned it already, but I want to go into details. Tribal matrilineal. Include the ruler's siblings, yes. Through females, yes. Allow female, yes. Allow male, no. This is the end-all be-all for the challenge of ensuring your female line, you play the game through a female line. Because at this point, once this happens, you never have to worry about the succession, because it'll go through not only your daughters and granddaughters, it'll go to anybody in your dynasty who is female. Not even that, it'll go to anybody in the nation. So if all of your dynastic daughters and granddaughters are gone, if everyone's gone, it'll go to a different dynasty entirely to the next female. So very useful. Allow children, yes. Ignore ruler, yes. Use Methodist dynasty, yes. Preferred, right? Allowed estates, noble estates. So only the nobles. If there's any clergy or burghers, if your children become that, they are excluded from the running, right? Locked if you have the Haudenosaunee clan mothers. So if you have the Haudenosaunee clan mothers, this succession type is locked. You cannot leave this sort of succession. This is a big deal because there's other succession types that are similar. In Germany, there is this type of succession that forces you to a male succession type. You cannot change the succession type at all until you get rid of this estate policy, which costs it usually costs me like 120 or more stability, and at the beginning of the game you have maybe 12 stability, which means you can't get rid of it unless you are able to get enough stability, and the nobles are weak enough to where you can retract it. It pisses them off tremendously, but then it allows you to change your succession type to something, for instance, matrilineal non-exclusive. Problem is, changing your succession type also requires 50 stability. So if you get rid of that law, you're at like negative 900, negative 99, negative 100 stability, and you have to wait until you're greater than negative 50, negative 45, and then you can change the succession law to matrilineal, and that takes a long time. When you're at negative stability, the amount of stability you get per month is increased to kind of offset it because it wants to balance it out to 0. So at minus 100, you get like 1.30 stability per month. 50 months minimum is what it takes to get to negative 50. So you'd have to wait a couple years to change that, which means a couple years without your countess having any children, which really fucking sucks. So, anyways, moving on. Heir selection, mother is ruler, value 500 points. Grandmother is ruler, 250. Very similar to the matrilineal non-exclusive, right? Very, very similar. So it also is based off of age. And if they're blocked from being ruler, they lose all their points, right? This is literally the extent of the description. The other description, matrilineal non-exclusive, the calculations were a lot more robust. This is literally just simply put, is the mother the ruler, then the heir gets 500 points. The potential heir. If the grandmother is current ruler, if all the daughters are dead and it's only granddaughters, then they get 250 points instead of 500. And then beyond that, it's based off of age. The older individuals get to have this first over the younger ones. So if your ruler is 70-year-old countess and she has this law, her daughter, who's probably 50 years old, is then the one who gets the crown after you die, right? If she dies, it goes, I believe, to her sister, not her daughter. Your granddaughters will be set aside in favor of your daughters directly, which means if you have a desired daughter who you want to be the next person you play as, you either have to prevent them from getting married and only make sure the one you want to be married, so that way eventually you play as them, or you have to hope that eventually the other ones die as well, right? So it's age. Are they female? And then how old are they? And then it goes from there. And then goes from daughters to sisters and then granddaughters after that, in that order, basically. So it's really nice, really useful, and that's basically the gist of it here. But only tribals can have that succession type. It's only for tribals, right here. I believe it actually says it here as well, right? Maybe? I need to breathe. I need to relax. It doesn't specify it here, but this alone right here is enough of an explanation. So yeah, only tribes can do this. Look at this. We have become more Irish than the Irish themselves. This is an option, unless us become Irish, amongst other things. And this one just simply makes us keep our current heritage. We have embraced Irish as our primary culture. The Gaelic, the Irish dialect, has become our new court language. We will add the Celtic traditions government reform, which is normal for the tribes here. We will change the succession type to tenestry, which is something I want to get rid of. And most importantly, the biggest deal here, the biggest game-changing modifier here right? The modification. We will become a tribe. Look at this event. Hello? Ireland event 40. So the way that the trigger is, right? Your capital has to be in Ireland, has to have an active ruler, so no regency, I believe. Maybe regencies are fine. Cannot have the Irish culture, cannot have the Gaelic language, and so either one is it or, right? So either you do not have the Gaelic language, or this option, you're a government monarchy, and you do not have the government reform Catholic traditions, and you have less reforms than your total amount of government reforms. So if your government can have 2 government possible reforms, then you need to have only one of them being used. You need to have an empty spot, basically, an empty slot, so the Celtic traditions reform can get put into there. So this allows you to be applicable for this event. If you are have a culture of English Irish, then you'll culture English, save scope as judgmental culture. Otherwise, it just be judgmental culture without this. I don't know what this does. I'm not sure what the significance of this is. Not a big deal. But simply put, you have to not be Irish. Now, if you are either monarchy or tribe, both of them are applicable. You cannot be a theocracy and you cannot be a republic. Neither one of these will be applicable for this event. And you also cannot already have the Celtic traditions. So if you're Irish, if you become Irish through more forceful means by simply changing your culture in the culture tab, and then you adopt the Celtic traditions and then reform back to a different culture, like Anglo-Irish or back to like Rhenic or like the East Franconian, in my case, right? You will not be applicable for this event anymore. It will not fire. You have to get rid of the Celtic traditions reform. Furthermore, any country, any neighbor country, they have to have native culture with Irish, and also has to have the Celtic traditions reform. And so either one is or, right? Otherwise, is subject. If we are subject of an Irish overlord, right? If the overlord has Irish and Celtic traditions, it doesn't matter. So long as either the overlord or our neighbor is Irish with this reform, we are also applicable. This is a big deal because if I had completely conquered Ireland and annexed everything and had no more Irish independence, even if they're vassals, it doesn't matter if they're vassals or not, independent Irish nations near me, I would not be allowed to have the event, which would screw me over because I'm going for this event because I want to become a tribe, because I want the tribal matriarchal succession law. It's all coming together, right? So remove current major government forms. So if there's any major government reforms, there's majors and minors, minor ones. Major ones are removed and it's replaced with the Celtic traditions reform. Straightforward, right? Now, if you're a tribal, nothing changes, right? All you do is receive the Celtic traditions and tenestry and what have you, right? But if you're a monarchy, any neighboring culture has native culture, that is Irish, and they are a tribe, right? Either one of these, either this one or this one. We are a subject and our overlord is a tribal, Irish tribe, right? So long as the neighbor is still a tribe and they're near us or our overlord, we thus in turn change into a tribe. So the requirements are very particular, right? There has to be a tribe near us who is Irish, has the Celtic tradition reforms. We have to have at least one slot available in the government form for the Celtic traditions to slot into. And we also have to have our capital in Ireland, right? Without all of these, none of this would be applicable. Now, the crux here, the issue here, however, ignoring the fact that we become tenestry, we just change it to elective or change it to tribal matriarchal immediately afterwards. Not a big deal. We ignore that part. Not sure what this is about. If I already forgot my train of thought. I forgot my train of thought. I forgot what I was saying just now. Oh. Timing. So the way this game works, any game with events, right, has some randomization to those events. Depends on the scenario. There are these special events that can occur for specific countries, country-specific or culture-specific events. There will be this sort of like this event tab that will give you an idea of what's going on with that and tell you the requirements for that. For instance, the Native American tribes, which is the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois, right? There are these clan mothers there, which is where the main sort of example of clan mother governance, like the tribal matriarchal, right? They have a lot of events that revolve around reforming, like basically coming together, because there's 4 tribes that are in a confederacy, and the events revolve around that confederacy consolidating into one country, becoming a kingdom from that, and also dealing with the colonizers that eventually come in from the old world. Basically, that's all of their events revolving around. Basically, Irish also I think has some special events. I'm not really sure, and there's some also special events in England, right? But there are other events that can occur that are not in that event panel that you won't be able to see. You don't know the criteria. They have to just happen. For instance, there is an event that can happen when you're... Okay, you know what? Actually, perfect. Going back to this. The freaking Warcraft 3 scenario where I got freaking succeeded by my daughter. The Palace Coup. This is actually a very useful event because by having the younger heir kill the older ruler, you'll have more time on the throne again, and you'll be able to maybe have more control over your grandchildren, who are then becoming your children because you become your heir, right? So for this event to happen, 1, you need to be a monarchy. 2, your heir has to be an adult, at least 15 or 16 years of age, right? And 3, you need to have -40 stability, worse than -40. So we have -40 and we are a monarchy, and she's like 26, whatever, right? 19. She's 19. For this event to even be possible, all these things need to be in accordance, right? We need -40 stability and monarchy, and our heir has to be an adult. And it's only the heir, right? So this same thing is the same thing happens with the more Irish than the Irish themselves, but the timing is a big deal. They don't say it here in right here, but let me just show you here. I'm not very good at like segueing, and my words are getting worse and worse because I've been talking so much. I'm having a hard time breathing, so I gotta take a break. I need to slow down and think of my words. E5 event viewer. Every event within EU5 has a chance modifier. Some of them are ticked every month, and ticks, other ticks, otherwise they're ticked every year. Ticks are basically when the game checks for the event and then rolls a dice and decides whether or not the event will even fire. The Palace Coup, which is right here, where's that? No regular check found, so there is no determining factor of what the check is, right? We don't know. However, Ireland, 40. There it is. Has really, yes. Capital is in Ireland. Does not have Irish culture. Does not have Gaelic language. Government type is monarchy. Does not have the Celtic traditions, and number of reforms is less than the possible slots. Right? Look at this. Random event pool from yearly country pulse. Checked once a year at the end of the year. Each check is 0.123% per pulse attempt. What this means is that every year there is less than 1% chance this will fire. The event will fire. And so 0.1%, right? Roughly within 5 years, 0.61%. The thing about these events is they're not cumulative. In some games that are chance-based, like for instance, like Balatro, what have you, if a dice is rolled and you don't get the event or the outcome from a positive roll, the chances will increase. If you have a 5% chance for this certain thing to happen, when this something else happens, and you don't get the thing to happen, then the next time it'll be 10% next time, and then 20%, and then 40%, or even up by 5%, 5, 10, 15%, right? Things like that. This, however, is not the same. Yes, it says that in 5 years, it's a 0.61% chance of happening. That does not mean in 5 years, the chance is becoming 0.61 every year. It just means the average likely chance is going to be 0.61% within 5 years. That's still less than 1%. Very small chance. And this also means that, in truth, it's still 0.12 every year. This year, 0.12% chance, dice was rolled. I didn't get the event. That sucks. Next year, dice gets rolled. It's 0.12% regardless. It's not 24%. It's not 0.24%. It's 0.12%. The year after that, third year in, it's still 0.12%. Fifth year in, it's still 0.12%. 10th year in, it's still 0.12%. It doesn't accumulate. So yeah, I got it eventually. But if you're really unlucky, and it happens sometimes, you can go with all the requirements fulfilled, all of them. To the point, like I could have potentially, like, let's say, take over Ireland entirely, completely, and leave Munster alone, completely independent, allied heathen, right? Alone. They're tribal, they are Irish, they have Celtic traditions, everything. Just leave them alone. Don't touch them. I could even form Ireland if I wanted to, right? It does not matter. Even if it happens, I could still go without this event for the entirety of the game, all 400 years. Without this event firing whatsoever, even though it should have, which fucking sucks. So I was honestly very nervous because I had all the criteria met. I knew for a fact I did, and every year that ticked by, I'm like, is it gonna fire? 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 Hello? And it didn't. And I got scared, thinking maybe I was missing something or it was bugged. So when this thing fired, I was ecstatic. I finally got what I wanted. As a monarchy, I became tribal, secured my succession to matriarchal, and not only that, but I'm slowly consuming Ireland entirely to become Irish, become the kingdom, the duchy, apparently it's considered a duchy, of Ireland. My ambitions are in view, and that's the whole shtick right there. So my whole point of this blurb, everything, is the fact that I can become tribal from monarchy. Because being tribal is ideal. The difference between monarchies and tribals, there are some significant differences, but honestly, functionally, there is no difference. Like, you'll lose out on a couple laws that are kind of inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. They're not that big of a deal. And there's certain things you can't build, but the only things you really can't build are like castles. You can't build certain like fortifications. And castles are a big deal because they allow you to build standing armies. So levies are, in this game, in general, the idea of armies, right? In the past, in medieval ages, what have you, there are levies and there are standing armies. Retinues, right? Levies are taken from the populace. Farmers, blacksmiths, every able-bodied man, a certain portion of them are conscripted into the army when it happens. Oh, fuck off. In this case, it's 2% of the commoners. 2% of the commoners, both laborers, peasants, and what have you, are drafted into the army. I believe 5% or 10% of the nobles are drafted in the army. And if you have any tribals and you have the laws that allow it, I think 2% of the tribals get drafted in the army as well. Ouch. I've been talking too long. My voice is giving out. Let me talk quieter and slower. So, levies. You know, the main bulk of the armies of most of the countries is through levies. However, they cannot remain. When you take you raise levies, you lose 20% of your production of the raw goods, specifically food, I think, which is a fair big deal. It's 20%, you know. If you have a lot of food and what have you, it's not that big of a deal. But it takes also from the pool of, I believe, from the population direct. Basically, the population is gone. If you're taking 2% out of, say, 1,000 peasants, then 200 peasants are gone. Those 200 peasants are not multiplying. They're not producing more children, right? So it technically reduces your growth in a way, right? The modifier is usually 2% to like 0.5% of your total of growth like per like year, which equates to like usually 6 to 12 people per month in a given location, depending on the circumstances. So it may not be a big deal if it's only a few, but like when you have like a very few amount of people, 200 population is a big deal. You know, you're not producing more children. Your country isn't getting any bigger, and if those people die, they're gone. They just straight up die. Like you don't get those people back. In like I think EU4, if you raise levies, the people are still there. The population doesn't decrease, right? But if you raise 1,000 peasants and all 1,000 die, you lost 1,000 people. I think some of them get reimbursed, technically, maybe 500, but that's a huge dent in your country. It's really fucking bad. And then you also have to wait for the levies to replenish. It takes time for them to be trained to become soldiers again. So you'll end up being without any troops whatsoever for a long time. That's the main bulk of the army, at least early on. Retinues, however, men-at-arms, the standing armies, use instead something called manpower. Standing armies, from what I understand, do not take away from the population. Furthermore, when they die, you don't lose population either, and you simply have to wait for manpower to rebuild, right? It's pretty straightforward as to why this is a big deal. But with tribes, you basically cannot build men-at-arms. Technically, no one else can either until they have certain like researches, because once like certain innovations, certain like technology and what have you has to be unlocked for it. But if you're a monarchy, you can get an early head start versus the theocracies, republics, and the tribes by building a castle. From castles, you can build men-at-arms, and you'll start to develop manpower. Otherwise, you won't build any manpower whatsoever, and you need like 1,000 manpower to build 1,000 troops. Which is really annoying, but it is what it is. And they cost a lot. They are very, very expensive to maintain and to even build. Like 160 gold or 300 gold to build one, and then it costs like 5 gold per month, which is a huge chunk. Look how much money I'm making. Barely anything at all. Just to maintain the men-at-arms. So if they have the money for it, raising men-at-arms is a huge deal. It's basically free 1,000 troops. That get added to your already large pool of levies. And more importantly, these troops are specialized. They do more damage. They take less damage. They are better at routing the enemy. They move faster, I believe. They're better in every way, usually, basically. So it's very important to get your hands on these as soon as possible when you have the funds and the resources to do so. If you don't, no point in even building them if you can, because you're not going to be able to maintain them. So with the tribes, they can build men-at-arms eventually by researching it. The research isn't locked behind being a monarchy. It's simply locked behind in innovations, right? The institutions. So like printing press and Renaissance and standing armies. Those are all specific like researches that are unlocked each age. So the age of Renaissance unlocks Renaissance, standing armies, and banking. The third age unlocks something else. I don't remember what it is. So in order for a tribe to be able to build the armory building, which allows them to start building up manpower and then eventually build their own men at arms, they would have to have the standing armies innovation. This only spawns in Europe over here. So if you're in East Asia or you're in America, North or South, you're basically screwed. You will never get those until the colonizers come over, and by then they'll be massively more powerful than you, unless you can find a way to consolidate power in the Americas, perhaps, which is possible, it's doable, but it takes a long time. There's so much land to colonize. Meanwhile, Ireland is still a tribe. Ireland is probably one of the only tribes left in Europe, and they are the ones that actually get a chance at getting Renaissance really early on. So it's not a big deal. Right? Not to mention, the tribes in America, in the most recent update, were given their own unique men-at-arms form of buildings in the tribes, right? Which is really interesting. I don't think Ireland has it, unfortunately. I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure they don't have it. But it doesn't matter because once I research standing armies, I can just research the army next and then start building up manpower. So it's fine. I'm good to go. I am not left out on this, basically. But that's the main deal when it comes to tribes, is if you're a tribe, most likely you're not in Europe. Most likely you're going to be in America or East Asia or in Oceania or what have you, which means you're screwed out of all of the innovations. At best, you'll get meritocracy in Asia, and you'll get feudalism in America, basically. That's all you get. Until the colonizers come by, and by then it's too late. But with Ireland, not a big deal. So as a result, there's the downsides of becoming a tribe from monarchy are minimal. It depends on your intentions, of course, and your role play as well. And like if there's a particular advancement or particular law that you really, really like, but it's only possible in monarchies, then if you really want it, you're going to have to stay in monarchy. If you even have the option of becoming a tribe. Or if you're already a tribe, but you want that innovation, or you want that whatever, then if you're a tribe, you have to make progress towards becoming a monarchy, to reform it into a monarchy. For instance, if you're an Irish tribe, right? And you want to become a monarchy. So there's really a few differences. And functionally, there are some, it's not that big of a deal is my point. And I much more value the tribal matriarchal over the potential laws and the castle that monarchy provides me. I don't give a shit. I really don't. So, great boon. Lovely. I didn't even notice that this was possible until recently. And ever since it was, I decided to start playing around with it. Originally, I eyed, it's a freaking mouthful. I eyed Ireland, Irish rich washed. I eyed Ireland because I wanted to play around with in the area. In England, I want to be a tribe, and I figured I can be tribal matriarchal anyways by being Bear, right? There's a little location here, a country, who's a vassal of Munster, who gets annexed by them, and I chose Bear because they're Boxen, and they're a vassal. They have to fight their way out to become free, and then slowly consume Ireland before the Pale does, right? So I chose them, but they're a chief, right? They're a king, right? Basically, they're male, and you can have them have daughters, right? And switch to matriarchal even as a male chief, right? And then from then on, you'll be female. Normally, I would avoid this because to me, it's a part of the challenge, part of the sort of restrictions. I need to start female and end female. If I become male at any point, it's game over. I have to restart, right? It's kind of fun to me, right? But I was playing around with the restrictions, being a little bit more loose about it because I really wanted to play a tribe in Europe, specifically, and play around with this. And it was frustrating, but I didn't have much choice. I thought to myself, who's the weakest? Technically, the ones over here are the weakest, but I liked how far in the corner this one is. It's in that far corner. And I figured it'd be better for me. So I just chose this for that intention. And played with it a little bit and succeeded a fair bit. And I basically conquered this much right here, save for Desmond, but didn't get very far beyond that until I got bored of it. And just also was frustrated with not being female. But more importantly, what got my eye was when I discovered this right here. I don't remember how I discovered it. I think it was by accident. I discovered the More Irish Than the Irish Themselves event and realized, oh, a monarchy can become a tribe, well, that changes things. Because then the restrictions of before that I became loose with no longer need to be loosened. Because there are plenty of female rulers in Europe I can become. There is a couple in France. It's not there anymore, unfortunately. It got annexed, I think. But there's a couple nations here and here who are female. There is also the queen of, I think, Anjou, is that right? Who has land in Navarra over here, in Navarre, in like northern Spain. And more importantly, the one I usually go for is the female countess of Rheineck, a German countess, right? Which gives you a lot of potential. Now, if I stayed monarchy, I could use the matrilineal non-exclusive and try to just go with that, and maybe conquer Germany and reform it. You know, we could become the great German Empire. I could definitely do that. I could alternatively though, because of the potential here, I can instead go elsewhere. What's funny, this is what I did basically with Ireland. What's funny is I did this exact same thing with Crusader Kings 2. In Crusader Kings 3, you can create your own character, and you can even take over land, and you have like Iron Man mode, right? Iron Man mode is to me a signifier of playing the game as it's intended. If you're not in Iron Man mode, you know, you can save scum, you can edit characters to your whim, even use dev mode. I avoid that. It's fine to do that when if you just want to do it for the fun of it, or if you're trying to experiment with certain things. But if I'm not playing in Iron Man mode, then it's not the spirit of the attempt, right? It's just not there. So in CK2, you could customize a character, a nation. However, you lose Iron Man mode, or rather, you don't like you achievements, right? You can only get achievements in Iron Man mode. You can do Iron Man mode in CK2 with a custom character, but you are only allowed to get like you only have a small pool of achievements you're allowed to get. Every other achievement becomes locked. You cannot get those with a custom character. In CK3, that's no longer applicable. You can get every achievement with a custom character, as long as you are within the parameters of the character editing tool. Like it's like 200 points or whatever. So in CK2, what I did was I went to Russia. I went to Novgorod, because in the area, in independent tribes, was this tribe called Kiev. This Kiev tribe was female. I don't know why. It was like one of the only locations in the entire game that started with a female character. And so with that, what I'd always do, because I wanted to play as Norwegian, I wanted to play Norse. It was when the Norse people were still a thing, and like the Norse gods were still being worshipped in Scandinavia, right? So what I would do was I would go from Kiev, I would migrate, I would conquer land piece by piece towards Norway, while the Norwegian tribes were still fractured and independent, right? They weren't a huge kingdom, and they're independent tribes. I would take over a spot in there, convert to Norse from Russian, and then take over Norway and utilize the government types, the elective types, to elect my daughters as my heirs, and thus the challenge commenced. That it was right there. The potential was there, and it was difficult because you had to hopscotch across other countries, and you had to conquer them, and you had to actually be able to succeed against them in battle. And it was a chore. It was tedious and frustrating, but that was part of the challenge, and it was fun. And that's how I got through CK2. Most of my hours was playing Kiev, going north, taking over Norway, and going from there, and repeating that over and over again. And I was able to do it elsewhere. I played around with it and went south. I didn't succeed. I aimed for Byzantium. I wanted to become Greek and establish a female matrilineal dynastic line of Greek people and restore the Roman Empire under an empress rule. I wanted to. I never got to. But it was really fun to play around with and to see what I could do and push the limits. And it kind of was what started the whole challenge in these kind of games, where I have to play female, and if I become male at any point, not regencies are fine. If there's a male regent, it's not a big deal. But if my character becomes male, it's game over. Just part of the spirit of the challenge, you know? Yeah, they probably did. I wonder if that's the case. Now, the thing is, that character in question, she was considered a bastard, I believe, but I'm actually kind of curious. Female leader of the county of Kiev in 880. Kiev. Ooh. So according to the AI overview, how is as unreliable as it is, there was no known female leader of Kiev in 800 AD. The city was likely an outpost of the Khazar Empire at the time, and the first known female ruler of the region was Princess Olga of Kiev, who ruled as regent centuries later from 945 to 964 AD. That is around the time frame of the starting of CK2. So I'm pretty sure that is correct. I think it is Olga of Kiev. I don't know if that, you know what? I can check. Crusader Kings 2. I'm gonna reinstall Crusader Kings 2. It's been 6 years since I played this game. I'm gonna reinstall this real quick. 3 gigabytes, very short game. We're gonna jump in really quickly and we're gonna see who it is who is the Countess of Kiev, because I'm pretty sure it's her. Also, freaking bright screen. Yeah, Olga of Kiev. Olga was a regent of Kievan Rus for her son Sviatoslav from 945 until 1957. Following her baptism, Olga took the name Elena. She is known for her subjugation of the Drevlians, a tribe that had killed her husband Igor. Even though it was her grandson Vladimir who adopted Christianity and made it the state religion, she was the first Rurikid ruler to be baptized. Olga is venerated as a saint in the Eastern Orthodox Church, with the epitaph equal to the apostles. Her feast day is July 11th. Oh, we missed it. Oops. We missed her feast day. Interesting. But yeah, she was the only character to play as female, as tribal, because you could technically become tribal for monarchy, but it was very finicky and difficult to accomplish. So any other female leaders were usually monarchies, and I wanted to be tribal. I love the idea of tribals because of the raiding mechanic. I love raiding people, and you can't do that in CK. You can do it in CK3, but only as a landed noble. You can't do it as an adventurer, which sucks. Just a quick peek. Oh my gosh. This is so boy. It's so archaic. And wait for it. Where is it? Serenade my ears, please. Come on. Where are you? No, thank you, Siri. Siri, no thank you. She thought I said her name. Where's the audio? Funny. I can't hear anything. Oh, there it is. There it is. And for some reason, it's really quiet. No, I'm going to quit and cut back. I want to hear it from the beginning. This music was a core memory of mine. Right here. The starting music, every time I boot it up, it was just... I would be listening to this every single... I'd be hearing... I would hear this almost every single day because I was playing this nonstop. Da 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 da. So fucking nostalgic. It just doesn't hit the same in CK3, honestly. This one is so much better. It's so oh, that's loud. It reminds me of Game of Thrones, honestly. And there was Game of Thrones mods to this as well. It was a lot of fun to play with. But it was such an iconic soundtrack, honestly, for us Crusader King players. Baldur Ringstead. So you'll notice like any of my saves, if they've ended because of it's ended up becoming my my son's load game. Yeah, Iron Man Skagen. Baldur Ringstead. So I ended up dying and my son took over. Viking Age, early Middle Age. The early Middle Ages started with the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the early 5th century. The earlier part of this era saw the great Germanic and Slavic migrations across Europe, with peoples such as the Goths and Lombards settling in southern Europe, the Franks settling in Gaul, and Saxons crossing the sea and settling in Britain. The Eastern Roman Empire was violently shaken by the pressure from the Goths and Avars, and fought bitterly with the ancient Persian enemy. The rise of Islam saw the Arabs conquering immense amounts of territory in the Middle East and North Africa, and in India, several great dynasties vied for dominance, with the Rashtrakutas rising towards the end of the 8th century. In the steppes, the Khazars grew in power, and in Scandinavia, things were about to change in a way that was to affect the entire continent, because this predated the Viking Age. By the middle of the 9th century, the Norse raiders and adventurers known as the Vikings had already begun to set their indelible mark on the map of Europe, establishing realms in Russia and the British Isles, and traveling and raiding as far as the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. The Carling rulers, descendants of Charlemagne, ruled mighty realms in France, Germany, and Italy, while the Muslims' religion was now firmly established in Spain under the Umayyads. The Byzantine emperor held on, though suffering under increasing pressure from the Caliphates and the Bulgarians west of the fractured steppes. The Magyars... wait, hold on. I'm not reading this properly. The Byzantine emperor held on, though suffering under increasing pressure from the Caliphate and the Bulgarians west of the fractured steppes. The Magyars were poised to make their claim on the Carpathian Basin. Islam was spreading rapidly in Persia, while under rulers such as these Safavids, and had penetrated into the Indus Valley. Further east, the Hindu Pratihara dynasty was expanding. So I believe it's this start right here. If we were to go to the Middle Ages, the character in question isn't there, I don't think. There she is. So wait, hold on. If I go back then, I think she exists also in the other start as well. Where's Kiev? I like that. I remember that. So it's really hard to hear because of the audio. Yeah, she's not there. She's not there in that start. So let me go back to this one. So she's only possible in the early Middle Ages. When I first played this game, I was playing it regularly and playing with the other realms. But when they had an update that allowed us to go even further back into 769, I discovered Kiev. Right here. High Chiefess Dobrava of Kiev. It's always fun. The audio is borked again. Which means my singing earlier was off. Great. Welcome to Crusader Kings 2. In Crusader Kings 2, you play as a succession of medieval rulers from a single dynasty. There is no set goal, but the world is filled with ambitious rivals. Secure more land to increase your power and protect your family. That's basically the gist of this game. So Dobrava of Kiev is a Volhynian chiefess of the Slavic pagan faith. Now, during the 800s, during the Viking era, this was taken over by the Khazars, so she's not possible. But with this opportunity, I'm able to basically, let's see, council, minor titles, fiscal vision. How do I change the succession laws? I forget. Laws, here we go. Right. So agnatic, cognatic, and absolute cognatic. Women inherit on the same grounds men do. Women can inherit, but only if there are no eligible heirs. And Gavelkind. Those are the only succession laws we have. If we go into Norway and become a duchy, we have access to more succession laws. One of them being elective. Scandinavian elective specifically is a very unique one that allows me more control over who my heir is, right? That is a bit how I went about this. And it was a godsend for my attempt at this, because I want to play female, right? And it created the challenge for me. Wee! Meow! So this is it. This is where it began. As for how I discovered this, I think what I do here, if I go into find characters. So in Crusader Kings, both 2 and 3, you can actually specify, you can specifically find certain characters. With this function, I can do this. I can search all, gender, women, female, ruler, yes. And this will give me all locations that have a ruler and are female. Now, unfortunately, most of them are baronies, and you cannot play a barony in Crusader Kings. And you also cannot play a theocracy either. So your only choice was to hope that maybe somebody happens to be a chiefess or whatever, or duchy, right? So this person right here, Gilda Afildir, is a, where's the title? Temple. She is a theocracy, right? This is a sheikdom, so she is a duchy, I believe. Right? However, she already has a child, and she is 69 years old, so she cannot have any more children. Let's see. Yeah, so these are theocracies. Theocracy. This is basically what I did here. Is when I initially came to this area, this time frame, I picked a random court, random country, and used this ledger to find female characters who were possibly playable. That's how I discovered Dobrava, Zazu, a chiefess of, where is this? Over here, Tibet, right? Vassal. Duke, chiefess of Laze, and a couple other options here. Because otherwise, the only other option, I believe, desktop. I meant to go, it doesn't matter. My point is, that is where it began. CK2. And since then, Dobrava. You know what? Let me look up Dobrava. Dobrava of Kiev. Okay, that's a little awkward. So in CK2, Dobrava is a character who exists in like 700 AD, right? 769. But the actual Dobrava of Kiev, historically known as Dobrieja of Kiev, or baptized Eupraxia, was an 11th century Kievan Rus princess and author of a medical treatise, who became a Byzantine empress, born around 1108 to Mstislav I of Kiev and Christina Ingesdotter of Sweden. Oh, she had Scandinavian blood in her. Interesting. Oh my god. That is so funny. So the original Dubrava of Kiev had the blood of the Norse Vikings in her. And the fact that I would often play her in Russia and would head north to become Norse is so fucking funny. She was a member of the prominent Rurik dynasty. She married the Byzantine co-emperor Alexios in roughly 1122, making her the empress. She is most notable for her scholarly pursuits, having authored a medical treatise about internal diseases and remedies, which was highly regarded in the Byzantine court. She passed away on November 16th, 1131. That is very funny. It's like iconic almost. Playing as the inaccurately placed the Bravo Kiev and going north, you know? But yeah, so the start, a lot of people actually enjoyed her because she's an unreformed pagan chiefess with with a lot of good traits, and there's so much potential for her. I would go north, Scandinavia, and pick at Byzantine, which is also kind of funny, actually, considering this. Oh my gosh, I was actually unintentionally playing her almost like genetically and also historically accurately. Well, sort of, you know, either becoming Norse or taking over the Byzantine throne myself instead of becoming empress and married to somebody, but I digress. Fun all around. Otherwise, the only other person who actually matches the description close enough to the in-game is Olga. So Olga of Kiev and Dubrava of Kiev. Yeah, so regardless, I really enjoy this game a lot. There's a lot of issues with EU5 right now. A lot of people have issues with it because of like a number of things, and I think their complaints are valid. Paradox, a lot of people in general, a lot of companies are just like dropping the ball. They're not doing good. They've lost their vision, and they're not doing good at all. They're struggling. They're becoming more and more like Blizzard and EA, who freaking release incomplete games and then later on, finish the game in like 3 years' time with more development. It's so fucking stupid. But I'm still enjoying it regardless. And thankfully for my efforts, I am slowly but surely taking over the Irish peninsula. Is that right? Is Ireland a peninsula? No, it's just an island. The Irish island. Ugh. Irish Swiss watch. It is really interesting. And even though, despite the flaws of EU5 and the developers, they still do a pretty good job regardless, in my opinion. But yeah, basically though, I'm having fun. And I'm spending all my time on this. And it's just, I wanted to share with you guys why I play female characters. The main reason I play female characters. Okay, so why I make it a rule in games like Crusader Kings and Europe Universalis, where you play as dynasties, where I have to play as a female character, and if I become my son, it's game over. This is why, right? Because of CK2. And it's just fun to me, right? But the main other reason why I play female characters is I just prefer it. I've preferred it for a long time, back since I was like, I think in middle school. Because at the time I didn't know, I identified, my dysphoria, right, was hidden. It was there and affecting me, and I didn't understand why I felt so bad about myself. And it wasn't until, 6 years ago, basically, that I realized that I was trans. So, but at some point, I became obsessed, actually mentally, emotionally obsessed, to where it made me sick for some reason, of playing female characters. I could no longer play games that did not have a female character option. With some few exceptions. I enjoyed playing Legend of Zelda and I enjoyed playing Resident Evil, but it became harder and harder to play games I wanted to play that I really would have enjoyed because they didn't have female character options. And it upset me, very much so. So, and it's because I didn't realize subconsciously I was projecting on those characters. And so eventually, now that I've long since realized this and I'm more comfortable with myself, it's a lot easier to play games that only have a male character. It's so much easier now. I wish I had known this 10 years ago. But it was interesting to think about. What else am I doing here? So we went from Tomato to Warcraft to talking about Crusader Kings EU5 for some reason. I don't know why. I don't remember. But yeah, we have to play Warcraft. I don't know if we'll actually play Warcraft 1 and 2, but I would love to play Warcraft 3 with you guys, along with StarCraft. Nope, I'm not risking that. I'm gonna watch a little bit more of Tomato. Let me go get something to eat real quick. I'm really hungry. I'm gonna stream a little bit longer past midnight. But I really want to watch this. So let me go get a snack real quick, maybe some ice cream. My throat hurts terribly. And then I'm thinking we'll play some video games. We also might not play anything today, which is perfectly fine. We'll just figure something else out. Not a big deal. Yeah, so give me a couple minutes and I will be right back. Oh, my neck is killing me. My neck. Ugh. Those games of the past, of course, I know how ancient Egyptians look. I've seen pictures in the middle school, also had their charm. Can I ask you something about your trans experience? That's fine. You want to wait until I come back to ask it so I can get some use the restroom and get a snack? That'd be okay? I won't be able to answer all your questions, and my experience will be different, and I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no on anything, but I can at least give you my thoughts on whatever you ask. My throat is killing me. I need to give it a break. I'm gonna be right back, a percent. Okay, give me a few minutes, and then okay, yeah. BRB. Okay, I have returned. Gotta fix the audio again. I got me some ice cream. I wanted the vanilla ice cream, the vanilla like home style that we had earlier, but we ran out, I guess. So I got some chocolate chip cookie dough. Yummy. Thank you. Okay. I also got some actually, I was thinking about this. I have sarsaparilla that I got from the sandwich place that I got my sandwich from earlier. And I'm tempted to pour it into my ice cream to make like a root beer float, because technically sarsaparilla is root beer. At the same time, I don't want to do that because I want to eat the ice cream as is. I'll keep them separate. They'll become root beer float in my stomach when I consume it. That's not a big deal. Okay, so Upperson, you wanted to discuss being trans, right? And I can't promise you anything. I can give you some thoughts on things. Everyone's experience is different, honestly. So hit me. Hit me with your best shot. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Fly away. So what's on your mind? I'm not rushing you. I'm showing you that I'm attentive. I'm gonna wait to hit start, so I'm not distracted with what's on the screen while I'm talking with you. Yeah. What I'll do, I'm assuming you're typing. Keep typing. I'm gonna hit play, and once you've hit enter, I'm gonna pause the video. Is that okay? You're typing in the middle typing. I'm gonna do it, and I'll pause when things have gotten forward, because I wanna what I'm not a very good streamer, am I? I can't. I'm zipping.
Dude, God is guiding this run. You can tell. There's a certain kind of power, and oh, you're fucking so dead, bro. I have no control. Yeah, no. Okay, that is dangerous. That is a dangerous
The quality died.
thing, that. I got a wall slide. And then balance on my, of course. He's cursed. He's cursed.
The ice cream is helping a lot. It's sweet, and so the sugar is helping relaxing some of my muscles, and the coldness is helping a lot as well.
Oh. Now I have two hats to balance on, which means I can skip this. There's nothing wrong with getting one more. Sorry. Malthus 2121. You are the greatest hero of us all.
The comedic timing is just so fucking good.
Yeah, we can handle this.
Everything all right, Upperson? There it is. Okay. Curious if both were present and how do they correlate. So, for me, individually, right? I didn't really realize until I was clearly basically a full adult, because I don't know why actually, but when I was younger, my main focus was on video games. I didn't really care about anything much. I enjoyed time with my family, and I didn't care for school, although I suffered through it because my family pushed me to, which is actually a good thing. I recommend schooling. It's helped out a lot for me. Not in hindsight, you know, I'm aware of this. But most of my time, most of my ambitions, my interests were in video games. I didn't care for real life, to be honest. Which is a bit of a sad thing to say, given that I was a child when I was thinking this. Like, there were many times I contemplated, like, I would watch anime, and I had, like, the To Love Ru, basically, for instance. I had a fantasy where I would be whisked away by a pretty alien girl and go on adventures, similar to, like, the character from To Love Ru. To Love Ru is a harem anime. You may recognize it if I search it up right here. Or, like, also, Eureka 7 is about, so To Love Ru. This one right here, right? I enjoy this one a lot. Very pretty characters, very, very pretty. Yeah. Have a good night, Rimba. Talk to you later. So this series was basically about this boy who had encountered this alien girl, the pink-haired girl with the big hat. She had teleported into his bathroom naked. Why? I don't remember exactly. I think that she was like running away from home or whatever, and her teleportation malfunctioned, and she ended up in her spaceship was like under attack or whatever, and the ejection was in the form of a teleportation. She got teleported, and it teleported her to his bathroom, and he's like a high school boy, and it's a whole usual like high school boy harem anime basically. That's the gist of it. And I'd have fantasies of like being in a similar scenario because I didn't want to be in real life, basically. Not that I wasn't contemplating, you know, ending it forcibly. I just was disillusioned with my current state in life. Before that, even before that, most of my interests were mostly just in video games before I discovered anime when I was 12 years old. And so when I was 8 years old and 10 years old, I was playing games like Sonic and Toe Jam and Earl and Metroid and the biggest one, Legend of Zelda. Those were my biggest games. And they didn't really contribute too much into my identity or what have you. But regardless of that, for some reason, this is embarrassing to share. I really kind of, it's whatever. If my mom is, you know, spirit watching, sorry about this, Mom. When I was younger, like 6, 7, 8 years old, whatever, I'd have memories of, I have memories of wearing her clothes, of, as embarrassing as it is, I don't want to admit this because what if family sees this, but like I don't really have it's important for the conversation, and as embarrassing it is, it's something that a silly child did, right? I was like 8 years old, around that age, and I was basically playing around with my mother's undergarments, but not in the like a rambunctious boy who's like throwing like being like, yeah, whatever, like underwear, blah blah blah. I was like quietly, secretly like wearing them, and like stuffing the bra with other cloth. I'm not even joking. I don't know why I did that, but back then I was doing that. That was like it's like a huge like, not a red flag, but a huge like signal that I'm surprised I never even put 2 and 2 together about until I was like 20 years old, like 25 years old. Excuse me. It was really weird. Yeah, I will do. Thank you, remember. So in hindsight, it's like, duh. So there's that. I was curious about women's attire. There's that aspect, right? There's also the aspect of, more importantly, I did not like the concept that was constantly thrown at me. That I am to be a man. Like, be a man. Great, you know, stand up or whatever, like you're strong, you're robust, you're whatever. It's the concept of being a manly man, right? Every time I heard it, whether it was talked about, you know, towards me or just in passing, if it wasn't towards me, it's just in general, I would think about it and I would think to myself, I don't like this. I just don't, it doesn't sound right. I didn't like it. I don't know why, at the time. And, There's also the fact where I wasn't very active as a person. I mean, I was a gamer, so that's one thing. But I didn't like certain things. I didn't like showing my skin very much. Not that that's a big of a deal. It's not necessarily just because it's not like a female quality, a womanly quality to not want to show your skin. That's not. But it was a quality of me not liking my own body. I hated my body. I didn't like the way my voice sounded. I didn't like my hair at all. No hairstyle we did was satisfactory for me. I just didn't like it. And anyway, it looked, and it was always short. And as I grew older, my voice was changing a certain way, and I realized I didn't like my voice. Certain qualities of it I didn't like, right? And I couldn't figure out what it was I didn't like about it. And especially facial hair. I hate facial hair. It still grows on my face, unfortunately, and I have to shave it every single day, and I can't get rid of it. It just won't fucking go away. I hate it, and I've hated it even since then. I've occasionally experimented with growing it out and trying to be more handsome or whatever, but it just, in the end of the day, I just didn't like it. You know, I just didn't. And I was also like, so when it comes to being trans, I feel like it's not only the emotional aspects, but the physical aspects that are also very important. Obviously, your physical appearance, but I mean in the sense that like carnal aspects, pleasure aspects, right? I had a hard time. I was curious, and I found ways to explore that curiosity for my friends, but like something about it just wasn't enough. I was missing something. I couldn't figure out what I was missing, kind of thing, right? I don't really want to be saying this, and Rimba would be I don't know how, but I don't know. I did other experiments on the other side. Very, very young. I'm not going into any more detail than that. But I did experiments a fair bit. As young as like 10 years old. I'm not even joking. And then there's the fact that like when it came to like media, whenever I was like watching adult media, that was his own thing. That was separate. But as I got used to watching it, and I was watching it as young as 10 years old, not because someone introduced it to me. I was a smart kid. I figured it out. I was able to, when I got a hold of the internet, I figured it out and like looked up things and eventually found sites where I could watch them. I figured it out on my own. As a crafty little brat. So I explored things on my own. And because I had my own, I didn't talk about it with anybody and was on my own exploring it, I eventually discovered I preferred situations where I imagined, I don't know why, I started imagining myself as the female in the scenarios. Like I had daydreams at some point that started revolving around me being female in the daydreams, like constantly, and my dreams started becoming like that too over time, and it just felt better, you know. So in all in all, what I'm saying here is I did not like my body. Something about it was wrong, or just not quite right. I was uncomfortable in my own skin. I was curious about women's clothing really early on, as young as 8 years old. I experimented in carnal activities in attempts to replicate the female experience, despite not having the right hardware for it. And whenever I daydream, I preferred to daydream about being female, whether it is being like in a story, you know, like being a princess or what have you, or more carnal activities, you know what I mean, the fantasies. So with that in mind, however, despite that, I still had some like inclinations towards male main characters. Because they're the main characters, right? I was still in a stage where I would self-insert into the characters whenever I'd be playing games or watching TV. And so, like Naruto, specifically Eureka 7, Renton, I would, let me look up for Eureka 7 for you guys. It's spelled Eureka, but I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Eureka. this show right here. This was a core memory as well. The short hair, the blue hair, her being somewhat of an alien, it affected me greatly. It was a huge deal for me when I was younger. And I watched this around, I think I was 12 years old in middle school. And she's really cute. Let me show you guys real quick. Eureka 7. So this is a story about a future where humans had left Earth because of an alien supposedly invasion, not really intentional. Where the aliens' biomatter was consuming the entire planet, was basically going over it. And they left the Earth. And several generations later, they found a new world. This world was inhabited by this weird fleshy mass. And they were, or whatever. It was a surface layer, right? And they were able to live off of it. It had an atmosphere. But it was a little bit different than the normal atmosphere. It was like lighter, like the gravity was lighter a little bit. And spoiler alerts, it turns out it was Earth. Humans had accidentally traveled around the solar system. They never actually left the solar system, and had basically did a round trip back to Earth, and found it after it had been changed by the alien biomatter, and it replicated Earth's surface but higher up. Not for any particular reason, just because it seemed to want to replicate it in some aspects. It was different in many aspects, though. She is an alien. Or rather, she was the aliens' attempt at creating a human, basically. They made her because they wanted to connect with humanity. They weren't hostile to humans. They were actually seeking companionship. They were seeking love and what have you with humans. And there were these moments in the history of the anime where people would disappear in these orb storms, these giant storms, where these giant balls of clouds would appear. And many people whenever in the areas where it happened would just up and vanish. Just boom, they're gone. And later on, it got worse, where these things called antibodies would spawn, these weird alien things would spawn out of those orbs and around them and attack humans, causing them to become eviscerated and fractured. It was really interesting. And it turns out that Renton's older sister, who he loved and looked up to a lot, had disappeared in one of these storms. And he was constantly looking for her, and he wanted to become this surfer. People could surf in the air because of how light the atmosphere was, and because of these special qualities, this weird material in the air because of the alien biosphere that allowed, with a certain technology, this special technology allowed people to basically fly through the air with boards and also mechs, right? By the end of the series, you find out she's in the hive mind of the aliens, but she's still, this is actually interesting that I mentioned this may actually have been the precursor to my preference for how hive minds work, because it was a hive mind. But in the hive mind were these light recreations of humanity's structures. There's a point where Renton and Araka, these two people here, they had traveled underneath their Earth, and into the lower area, and there was the original Earth beneath it, several thousands of miles below, with these pillars of alien biomatter supporting the upper crust. And so there was still light there too. And so they traveled there, and there was these libraries, and in libraries were people. The people who disappeared. They still existed. The hive mind did not consume them entirely, but they brought them into their mind. It wasn't intentional. From what I understand, the hive mind never intended to bring people in there. It was just, whenever the storms happened, it was out of the hive mind's control, and people would get sucked into it. Their existence, their physical bodies would disappear, and their minds would be absorbed. And so the hive mind created these libraries, which had the experiences of the people as well as general story. It was knowledge, right? And so his sister was there. He goes there and finds his sister there, and she talks with him as herself, not as the hive mind. Oh my god, that's where I got the idea from, isn't it? It's a core memory of mine. We learned something today. So that's where I get the idea from. I mean, it's a nice idea. I'm not going to say anymore that I was inspired by this series for that concept of the librarian that I've shared sometimes, that I would become when I die or whatever. And I think it's from that. So it was really interesting. But the point is though, I would self-insert. I'm Renton Thurston, and because of that, I liked her to begin with. She's pretty, she's cute, but I would always like self-insert, and so whenever the main character had a lover or something they were interested in, I thus was interested in them, right? Which was fine, sort of, for extent, until until Cloverfield happened. Until Cloverfield happened. Cloverfield was an alien, giant alien. My ice cream is melting. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. More spoilers, by the way. Alien Cloverfield. In it, the main character is this college student, whatever, who's friends with this and has friends and a brother, I think. And he goes to a party with a camera. I don't know why, but he was inspired to record everything on a camera for posterity. I think it was his choice, right? And he's at this party when Cloverfield ends up happening. This giant alien comes out of the water off of New York, because several months prior, something had hit the ocean off the coast of New York, and this guy, he knew little about it. It wasn't really his business, and the media had talked about it for a little bit and then moved on, right? And no one could figure out what was going on there and couldn't figure out what it was that landed into the ocean. But several months later, he's at this party in this high rise when all of a sudden everything is becoming like chaotic. Like there's like the sirens going off and earthquake a little bit, like a brief one, and things go to shit. Right? Like, at first you think, is it a zombie apocalypse? Turns out, no, it's aliens. Alien, rather. And this freaking thing starts rampaging through the city. The main character goes with his brother and some other people from the party, and they go out of the building, and they end up in the middle of this thing rampaging through it, and there's like cars flying everywhere, and they try to escape to the subway to escape it is the middle of the night, right? And there's escape the alien, but also whatever else is going on, because there's military people here shooting at something. They're shooting at the alien, the big one, but they're also shooting at something at like eye level or whatever, right? And they don't know what's going on. Eventually, they go underground and the subway, and it's hell, right? So they have to travel the subway to get to a different point. They're trying to go somewhere else, and they go through it. And the subway had partially collapsed later on. But before they reach the collapsed portion, they find these aliens, these tiny little alien things. And one of them bites the love interest of the main character. Now, at this point, the main character had spotted this pretty girl at the party who he doesn't know. A friend of his brother's girlfriend or whatever, right? And she's really, really cute. And I found her really cute as well. Let me actually bring up the characters. Cloverfield characters. This will go into what we're talking about. A percentage, bear with me a little bit. This is the scene that happens right before that happens. Let me see if I can find. Kaiju number 8? What is this? Kaiju number 8. Interesting. Look at that later. Lizzie. So this character right here ends up becoming the love interest, like of the main character who has the camera, and she's pretty. I like her. She's got this like dark aesthetic. I also like. She reminds me of that other character who has similar dark hair but has bright blue eyes. In that like Wizard of Oz series. I don't remember her name. No. Wizard of Oz. No. Not important. I'll figure it out later. But the point is, even as a kid, ignoring the fact that she was supposed to be the love interest of the main character who I was then self-inserting, and therefore my logic, it was if he's interested in her, therefore I'm interested in her, that kind of thing, right? That's what would happen with me. Despite that, she was still just attractive just on her own, even if that wasn't the case, right? So, spoilers, right? She gets bit by these smaller creatures that had, turns out, come off of the alien. They're not the alien's babies. The alien itself is a baby, right? The big old alien is in itself a newborn. And these things that came off of it were like ticks. They were like the lice of the alien. It's a invasive species. And they had been going around biting people, and the military had been fighting them off alongside the bigger alien. So she gets bit in the subway, and she ends up like this, right? As they finally exit the subway and go into this mall. There's no one around. They're trying to get to their location. I don't remember what. And eventually, these military personnel capture them because they come out of nowhere. The thing is, though, during this whole ordeal, she starts having severe issues. Her eyes are bleeding, right? It's really fucking bad. And what happens next after the military grabs him in the mall actually, no joke, traumatized me. While watching this movie, I was in the mindset, I am the main character, she is my love interest, and I like her, right? Spoiler alert, she dies. And not just keels over with a heart attack, dies. She dies in a very, very gruesome way. I'm going to show this on stream because real quick, because it's, you don't see it, but like a Cloverfield, freaking Marlena. Her name is Marlena. Oh boy, this part was fucked. This was so fucked I was 12 years old. I had just discovered like anime. I think I was at the later age of 12 years old, and I discovered anime around 11 years old, I think. I say 12, but I think more like 10 or 11 years old. Actually, I think anime was 10 years old. And I discovered, and I around 12 years old, I stopped self-inserting after 12 years old. And you're going to see why in a hot minute. This is spoilers for this movie, by the way. And you get foreshadowing of what's going to happen before it happens, moments before it happens. And it's so fucking, I didn't even think about it at first. You don't even think about it, but once it does happen, you're like, oh, fuck. It's really freaking bad. Just look at this.
I'm dizzy.
Yeah, do you want to sit down for a second?
No, I'm fine. She needs a doctor.
You sure?
I'm totally fine.
Yo, because we can like sit down
I'm
if you
fine.
want.
I'm fine.
Are there any more of you?
This is us.
We got 4 civilians here.
This is gore. This is straight up gore. I should probably put like a warning. Real quick. Really quick. Why can't I move this? Oh, it's locked. Warning. Gore. And make it red. And move it. Nope, no. It's gonna be hard to make this work. Because the gold in the background is making this very, very difficult. Can I make a background? Background color. Nope, I don't want gradient. There we go. Better. Just little warning right here. I'm not gonna keep this for long, but it's gruesome. Again, during this, I'm a 12-year-old young child in the mindset I'm the main character, and she's my love interest, right? I'm worried about her being sick, and the whole ordeal is like very, very stressful, right?
Excuse me. Listen, we need your help.
Let me check the audio just in case.
Our friend, she's hurt. She's trapped in her building right by here at Columbus Circle.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be right now.
You guys know what it is?
That is why. So one of their friends was trapped in a building. They're trying to go get her. I forgot about that.
Out there? Do you know what that thing is?
No, they ain't telling me. Whatever it is, it's winning.
So a lot of people are sick here. It's surprising how quiet it was until this point.
What's up? Got another bite here. Oh, look at that. Gross. Please, we can't stay here. We have now.
Sir, we have 2 F-18s en route from Salford. 4 more are arming up, maybe 30 minutes out.
Listen up, people.
Remember,
Rack 'em and pack 'em. We're Phantom
she got bit,
15.
right?
They held you tied down. They were in the tunnel, sir.
We had to walk all the way from Spring Street.
I'm ready for transport. I'm gonna leave that chopper.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. Listen, our friend is very badly hurt. We have to get to her.
Sorry, son, can't help you. Give him a chopper.
Wait, please, listen to me. Let go. Just listen for a second, please. I'm sorry.
Camera.
We've been trying to get to her all
Make our own way. We have a...
I am not jeopardizing this operation or my men.
I want your help. I'm
You are getting on
Oh
that chopper
boy.
now.
Those are the ticks.
You have no idea what's out there.
I don't care what's out there. Listen to me. She's dying.
There is nothing I
The
can do
girl
about
that I
that
love more
now.
than anything is dying, and it's my fault. She should have been with me tonight, and I let her go.
That is the cameraman's brother, and he's trying to find, I think his friend who's not a girlfriend yet, I think.
And I get it.
Idea.
Okay? You have your hands full. I get that. But we're gonna go after her, and if you want to stop me, then you can have a shoot.
I don't feel so good.
Oh boy.
Marlena, are you okay? Hey, what are you guys doing? Hold on a second. Wait a second, where are you taking her? Hold on a second, wait. Oh my God, Marlena!
Oh boy. I got chills for a second. I remember how this ends. This is very bad. This gets very bad. I'm warning you right now. This is great. It's behind a screen. It's special effects clearly, but like, watch.
There's nothing you can do for him now. It is over. It's over. Roger's clear.
Yeah, I was 12 years old.
I'll get into the choppers from here.
I was 12 years old.
Oh my god.
I don't remember it happening that fast. That easy. She burst so quickly like a freaking balloon. Oh my god. Yeah, so it was fucked up. And so ever since then, I stopped self-inserting. The character, the cameraman, by the way, who likes her, ends up dying in the end. And his brother, the other guy, they eventually find their friend. They get to her, thankfully. But the cameraman dies. I didn't care. The rest of the movie, I finished watching it. The rest of it, I was numb. From head to toe, completely numb, stock still, staring. I wanted to see the end of the movie, right? So what this movie did to me was it made it so I could no longer self-insert. I always have to make my own character in my head for stories. I can't self-insert anymore. I mean, I can, but I choose not to. And I need to know what happens next. It cemented this concept of I need to follow through and finish and see the very end until it finishes. Or it drives me insane, right? Not always the case. I'm a lot better now, a lot more lenient. Clearly, I haven't finished the games I've been playing, obviously. But like in the past, it was really bad. I had this like mental sickness where I had to see things through the very end, and I couldn't accept that it ended at all. So I would daydream about what would happen next, and me creating my own character in the story of what happens the afterwards sort of scenario, right? So. Fucked up to be watching for a 12-year-old. My mom didn't know. She didn't know how bad it was. We rented it, and after it happened, I don't know if she even knew what I went through. I don't think I shared it with her. Maybe she did. I did, but I think I'm better for it, honestly. I just remember. It was on VHS. And after the movie, I think after the movie was either the movie was over or when that happened, I think what happened was when it happened, I got traumatized and then I kept rewinding it over and over and over and over to this point. I kept rewinding it, watching it. Not because I wanted to see her suffer or die over and over again, but I just, something was wrong. I think maybe a part of me couldn't believe it. I couldn't accept that it happened. I kept rewinding it over and over again. I was just numb. It was the probably the worst experience I've ever had in my life. Next to my mom dying, actually. Mom dying is pretty fucking bad. But this was more instantaneous and is a different feeling. And so it horrified me. And I could never self-insert into a given character ever again. I have to be my own character. And so concept of dying and being reborn as a different character became my norm over time. And so that's why I love games like Crusader Kings that let me do that, right? Because I want to be, when I die, I want to be reborn as a woman, as female. This is where it's going. We're coming full circle right now. So regarding everything, right? So the whole reason we're even here, right, is because episode you asked about my feelings, my identity and everything. It started with me being curious about women's clothing, my mother's clothing. Continued into me being uncomfortable with my body for some reason and exploring carnal activities privately, in attempts to replicate that which I don't have, unfortunately. And also gravitating towards certain media that focus on the woman, obviously. And eventually also in high school I started to really enjoy lesbian stories like Yuri, right? Manga, like Yuri manga, girl on girl love, right? To the point where it almost became obsessive. I used to read manga and watch anime, like a variety of them, Eureka 7 for instance, until I started discovering and going deeper into the Yuri hole. It sounds bad, but basically the girls love hole experience. to the point where I couldn't read or watch anything else unless it had girls love, which really sucked. It was another situation that made it difficult to enjoy what I otherwise would have wanted to enjoy, right? And also, I couldn't play games unless it had a female character I could play as. Eventually, things calmed down, but I think the only being able to read manga stories continued until like when I was like, in my early 20s. And then I started getting into reincarnation stories more often. I still liked the idea of reincarnation even back then, but eventually I started to sort of gravitate towards reincarnation stories themselves, which I actually think is good. And then, but specifically though, villainous stories specifically. Like I didn't care for the male ones usually, but like for instance, Yojo Senki, the Tanya the Evil, right? It was far later, but like I enjoyed her a lot. And by then I'd already established that I like reincarnation stories where the character becomes female. But I enjoyed other stories as well, like the ones where like a young woman dies in a car crash or a heart attack and ends up in another reality and becomes a princess or becomes the daughter of a duke or whatever, right? And I gobble those up. Even now, those are my favorite stories. I always gravitate towards those. But not being comfortable in my own skin, being curious about feminine clothing, and trying to replicate certain activities that I don't have the hardware for. All of those contributed to my me being trans, basically. And it wasn't until in my late 20s, basically mid to late 20s, that I realized I was trans. My friend Jamie, they helped me out a lot with that because they have friends and family who are friends who are similar, or people they know at least, and they also have their own identity. They prefer they them, and so they helped me a little bit with that and realize everything. Because at first I thought I just want to be a crossdresser. That's all I thought, because of JJ something. I don't remember what. I don't remember exactly the name of the game anymore. There we go. So, I think it's JJ McField. Is that right? Ah, I think I have it on Steam. JJ. Nope. JJ. Nope. I'm gonna look up on the store page without showing you guys. JJ. Yep, JJ McField. So this story right here helped cement my idea that I am trans. It helped basically transition me in a way mentally. At first I thought I wanted to be a crossdresser, and I talked about this with Jamie while playing the game and trying to get. I already beaten the game at the point, and I wanted to collect all of the collectibles, right? All of the donuts. And while replaying it, I was talking about it with Jamie, and then at some point, something clicked, just like, and I'm like, oh my god, no. It's not that I want to be a crossdresser or that I am a crossdresser. I want to become a woman. I want to be a woman. I am a woman. And like, it made so many other things fall into place. The pieces of the puzzle were there, and so many things that didn't make sense before just made sense to a scary degree. I've played this game on stream, but in case people haven't seen that stream and may not, this is basically spoilers. This is a story about this young man who's struggling with his identity, but also with the expectations of society around them, right? And it's not really properly established in the entire story by the end if he does realize whether or not he realizes he is, trans, but he does like to crossdress, and he got found out and was bullied in his college for it. And that other girl is his friend who cares for him deeply, and he talked about it with. In a way, she is my Jamie. Or she is to me. She is to the character as Jamie was to me. But thankfully, I wasn't bullied. I was very, I didn't know these things until I was far an adult and independence at most places. So I didn't have to worry about that. But it opened my eyes. This story. And it was really, really weird story. But the whole shtick of it is this story takes place in the main character's mind as they're dying. There are a few moments when you meet this like doctor, this moose-headed man in a doctor suit, and he's saying weird noises and it's garbled. And eventually you hear wake up, please wake up, clear, clear, clear. And early on, one of the first things in the story, the character, she gets electrocuted by lightning, and it's very specific. It's rhythmic, right? Because she gets like I think burned, whatever, and then she's crawling as a corpse, across the ground in the field, and she like collapses in it, and then the moose man gallops on all fours towards. Here it is. This scene right here. I'm gonna rewind. This game was made with the belief that nobody is wrong for being what they are.
What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to live?
That is the other character, the main character's friend, who he was confident to. She was her confidant, right? And in the stream, the main character is chasing her because she's trying to. They're on a trip to the scenario is they're on a summer trip to an island, and the main character's friend runs off and they can't find her. So they're trying to find their friend, and they keep running away. And at some point later on, her voice becomes jarbled and like weird. And that's her voice right there. It's becoming like weird and like skewed, right? This scene right here.
Sharks in the sewer deck. Major hemorrhage.
In hindsight, it's obvious. So it doesn't show it there, but like I want to find that real quick on YouTube. I need to show you guys this real quick. The missing JJ McField shock scene. This one. I don't want any commentary. Let me listen to this first. I don't want any commentary. Okay, there is commentary. I'd rather find without commentary. So apparently someone made a full walkthrough, a full game in 4 hours. It's only a 4-hour game. Oh, also, I think this is probably... Hold on. You can vaguely hear a somewhat masculine voice in the background when she says that.
JJ! Hey, this way.
So yeah, so that's her name is JJ, and this is her friend. They go to an island. I don't know if this is supposed to be memories, if maybe she went with her friend to the island in women's clothes, or if this is what they planned on doing. Because there was a sort of tidbit of like information, like lore I was reading, that stated they planned on going to the island for summer.
Memoria Island. A remote island in North America, just off the coast of Maine. This island... It's the power to awaken the formative memories of all its visitors.
Interesting.
The island's ancient
Formative
inhabitants
memories.
called it a Lapo Grimo.
I wonder if, you know what, that makes sense because in the game, you're going through areas that supposedly the main character has visited before. And I kind of put that together when I was playing it, but I might want to come back to this at some point so we can get a better view of it.
Forgotten language. A place to find the lost in their long forgotten language.
The Missing. Hence the title. The Island of Memories. So I want to skip ahead to the specific point, but basically, it's uncertain if their relationship is romantic. I don't know if it ever went that far, but they were good friends at least. I think the idea was that they hadn't gotten there yet. From what I understand, though, I think it was actually very touching because I think I don't remember her name, but she is apparently she was born female, right? But she's lesbian, right? And I think even though she was born physically male and hasn't transitioned or anything, she likes her despite that because of the woman inside kind of thing, you know? So it's really interesting. But I don't remember exactly.
It's such a beautiful night.
If it went beyond just friendship.
Yeah, it sure is.
The dialogue is a little weird, honestly. I had reservations about the way that the acting was,
It feels like we're the only people left in the world.
Oh,
We'll be together forever.
what exactly are you
Emily.
asking?
Well, it's just the stars look so pretty.
You're such a
Hide it better. You're one to talk. You just hide it better.
Yeah, I can say
You love
it
this
was-
kind of stuff, don't you?
I certainly don't hate it.
Okay, so I think it was implied here. It was romantic, but I think there were some concerns. Maybe JJ was still struggling with her identity and what have you, because she knew that Emily, was lesbian and likes women. And obviously, if I was in JJ's shoes, I would be feeling very self-conscious about my physical body not being in line with Emily's interests,
JJ.
This is when Emily's voice is getting distorted.
Hey.
This is all a dream, by the way. It's in JJ's final moments.
Emily?
So the whole point is you trying to find Emily and chase her down because she's running away from you, and you're trying to find her because she's lost. And also there's the donuts. They're an important thing. There's a little donut shop you end up at to later on, and I think the donut shop was supposed to be a positive memory for JJ. It could be that actually. I'm wondering if that's maybe where JJ met Emily. Maybe they were friends online and then met in person at a donut shop, perhaps. That sounds right. Anyways, let me. The point is, though, this game helped me realize, it helped put the pieces together. I need to replay this. Ouch. Yeah, she gets electrocuted and then burns. At this point in the game, early on, you think it's like it's a permanent, like you're just going through it, right? But after this event, we discover JJ can instantly come back to life. She to the point where she can. It's literally like a Stubbs the Zombie scenario where she can take her head off and roll her head, and to solve certain puzzles, which actually is the whole point of a very difficult puzzle I absolutely fucking hated in this game. It was one of the worst puzzles in the bowling alley. It was terrible.
Sharks administer that major hemorrhage.
In hindsight, this is pretty obvious that this is like, the character's like, you know, it's a dream. So that initial shock was I forget what it's called. But it was the shock of them trying to restart JJ's heart or keep it going. Ouch.
Why?
That hurts. Now, these are previous points. I think we actually see this character earlier on. I think. Oh, right. So that's her over there, but over here, but over there. And there's Emily. So there's this monster. Look what it's holding. So by the end of the game, this monster is revealed to be JJ. That is the ugly side of them, probably their self-hate and self-loathing. And that, in their hands, is a box cutter. Now, we have a situation here where the character I've spoiled is dreaming in seeming their last moments. There's a moose doctor saying shocks administered major hemorrhage. Box cutter. And there's another version of them on the ground here above the monster that's clearly dead. JJ had been found out by somebody, I don't remember who it was, about JJ's cross-dressing, right? And that they don't feel right. It's in a society, I think like East Asian society, either Korea or Japan, and in some countries the concept of being trans doesn't exist. They don't acknowledge it. So those who are struggling with themselves may think of themselves as just like cross-dressers. And I think that JJ was similar. Either that or JJ was simply aware of it, but was being quiet about it, you know? Which makes sense. But JJ got found out by somebody, not by Emily, by somebody else. I think someone else she thought she could be confident in, you know, give him permission to. And that person betrayed JJ and revealed it. And so JJ got bullied to hell and back in their college, and eventually took a box cutter to the stadium and you know, opened their arms, basically the inside of their forearms. She opened them up, right? And all this is during them losing their blood loss and slowly dying over the course of the game. And the whole ending is them coming back from death because the little stuffed bunny rabbit that they're holding, they have with them right here, which I believe Emily gave her, was actually staunching the bleeding a little bit because JJ slit her wrists and then was holding the bunny rabbits as a sort of final moment thing, right? And because of that, the bunny rabbit ended up saving her. But it's not really a bunny rabbit. I think Emily had stitched together several different like stuffed animals into like a bunny, kangaroo, rabbits, cat thing, and ended up saving her life. So this whole ordeal is basically going a weird like fever dream, going through memories, and like coming to terms with certain things and like dealing with trauma and everything. And by the end of this trauma, this negative side of JJ ends up defeating eventually, like completely, and comes to terms with things. So when she wakes up, she's better, And she I don't know what the ending, what happens later, but I would hope that maybe she leaves town and finds it a better place to live at, away from her family and those who don't understand her, don't care for her, and either moves out with Emily or what have you. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that Emily and JJ have feelings for each other. And JJ probably felt insecure because JJ was not physically female and Emily, likes women, and JJ identifies as women, but I feel for JJ. I would be very distraught over the same thing. I'd be so upset, to the point where it would fuck me up, And then freaking people finding out that I dress in women's clothing. I don't in real life because I've accepted what I have now, but I do have some women's clothing over there. But if I was in JJ's shoes, I would probably feel the exact same way, and probably, I don't know if I'd go this well. This thing right here, honestly, if it did happen, if I was JJ, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I don't condone it. It's better if things had gone healthier, but sometimes life just isn't that fair, Sometimes people fucking suck. It's no one else's business, and it doesn't matter, if you're trans or not. It doesn't fucking matter. And the people who are against people who are trans are just people who just don't care to be understanding. And there are people who are themselves insecure about something, or they feel, or they're very sensitive about the concept of being portrayed. Because I remember reading an article somewhere about this person who was upset with someone else because they had kissed a trans woman when they didn't know they were trans, and then was suing the trans woman for sexual assault. When you're at a bar to hook up with somebody, a random stranger who you know nothing about, you're taking risks, and the trans person does not owe you an explanation or hey, I'm trans, by the way. None of us have that obligation. That's not necessary, right? Because we're not doing it to get, we're not men trying to freaking trick you into making you gay. Oh my god, you're gay now. No, that's not how it is. That's literally like the stupidest fucking thing around. Because in that scenario that I read, the article, the man wasn't attracted to another man. He's attracted to a woman. He's attracted to the qualities of femininity. And that doesn't make you gay if the person is physically male who themselves want to be a woman, right? It's just simply an unfortunate circumstance that they were born male, not female. As for you, you can just say, oh, I'm looking to hook up with somebody to have sex because I want to have children and I want them to bear my child. You, because you're physically male, do not fit that's requirements. Therefore, I don't like you. Keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. If you want to be that far. But meanwhile, he was like being all bitchy about, oh, I was tricked and I was molested by this man pretending to be a woman. And like, that's not how it is. You're just fucking insecure. You don't want to admit to anybody that you kissed a guy. You're so insecure of yourself about potentially being gay that you're scared. And so you put the blame on them when you you willingly, consensually kiss a random stranger who you knew nothing about. That's the whole shtick of hookups. You know nothing about them. That's the risk you take. Grow up. Live with it. You know what I mean? That really fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, go ahead and clarify. I'm talking too much. I'm going too far into things, but like the shtick is, though, my whole point is that I've had signs, and I'm fortunate that I have a family who's very accepting and who are fine with this. But I'm not looking to hook up with anybody. I don't plan on ever having children. I don't think I ever will. I'm comfortable. I feel safe being romantically alone. Maybe things will change one day, but I don't know. But it's just so dumb, it's not a trick. It's just people being born in a way that they aren't satisfied with, they don't like, they're not okay with, and they're trying to experience as much as they can of what they would experience if they had been born differently, right? So Okay. Thank you. But if I go too far, let me know. And be aware that this is just my point of view. I don't want to claim my word as law. I'm not going to do that. I like to think I'm pretty wise and I have a lot of wise words. I can be a bit extreme sometimes, and maybe I will get too enthusiastic and then realize I may have made a mistake later on. But like, it's just, I hear about and read about so many different situations, and like, it has nothing to do with deceit, right? No one's deceiving you because the person is a random stranger. Like, they weren't trying to trick you to make you gay. That's not how it works. I'm not talking to you, that person. I'm talking to this scenario. It just so happens that this person who's a trans woman, happened to dress up in a way and represent themselves in a way that you yourself found pleasing, which means rather than get with them, you need to find somebody who's born physically male who reflects those qualities. That's all you gotta do. And just move on and be like, oh, I didn't know you were trans. I'm sorry. I can't, I'm not willing to go that far. So I move on. Right. And then just wipe your lips if you have to. It's going to hurt the other person, but that's how that should have gone. And meanwhile, this other person's freaking suing them for sexual assault when you kiss them. That pisses me off when I read that. Those kind of articles, those situations piss me off. It's just a freaking man baby who can't fucking get over himself. Anyways, you wanted to clarify things? Was something else you want to say? I'm sorry. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I'll talk about it later more if I have to. I'm so tired. My throat hurts. We did replay that. I'm gonna add it to my demo. Ooh, they're missing. I have it. Perfect. Again, we've already played this, but I might play it again later. Yes. So in the beginning, it started with me recognizing there's this concept of masculinity and realizing I didn't like it. I didn't want to be a man. That's how it started. But even before I realized that's conflict in myself, I was already had these like inclinations towards feminine qualities, even before I realized I didn't like being a man. Because when I'm, an 8-year-old young child, I'm not thinking about being a man or a woman. I just, for some reason, wanted to wear a bra and women's underwear. For some reason, I was 8 years old. I had warning signs. I had signs all the way back there. And then when I started going through puberty and like in middle school and early high school, I started to realize I hated the concept of masculinity, of being a manly man. I hated this concept. And I couldn't figure out what to do with that. And then in my mid-20s, that's when I realized, oh, that's why I don't like that concept. Because it's not only that I don't want to be a man, it's that I want to be a woman. Because I kept daydreaming about it. And in my daydreams, I was a woman. And I liked it. I felt comfortable. And I kept gravitating towards scenarios where either you play as a woman in video games or you are viewing the relationship between two women, right? Or in my case also, more recently, someone reincarnating as the villainess or a female in a comic. Villainous stories are my favorites because it kind of mixes my idea of being reincarnating into a woman in a female body with being the bad guy. But also in those stories, they don't remain the bad guy. They instead, become a better person because the person they reincarnated into took over was the bad person, and this new person isn't. And so it's a whole split. There's other varieties of this genre, but I love villainous stories. Reincarnation ones and also regular villainous ones without reincarnation are nice as well. So, but yes, it started both. The answer, % is both. It started with, I don't want to be a man. And eventually, as things progressed and I started to realize I am more interested in certain things, it became, I want to be a woman in my next life. Not realizing that probably means I'm trans and I can still be a woman in this life. Like, I wanted to die, not because I was suicidal, because I was unsatisfied with what I had and I wanted to hurry up. I always thought to myself, when I die, eventually I'll be reborn. And when I do, I'm going to be a woman. So I wanted to be a woman. I had this concept. I was skipping some steps. Some pieces were missing in the puzzle was the point, right? And, this game helped to put them together. It helped me realize there's some pieces on the floor that I accidentally missed, and those ones I need. And JJ grabbed those pieces for me and placed them into my puzzle for me. And the bigger picture revealed itself to me. I'm trans. I am a woman, and I would like to have womanly qualities. And it sucks that I was born physically male. It really did suck. But it makes sense why I was so self-conscious about my hair being the way it was. I didn't like my hairstyle at all, no matter what I did. I didn't like the way I looked. I didn't like my facial hair. I had insecurities about my reproductive organs and about what I had and what I was missing. And it was, I'm so surprised I didn't think about it until I was 25, 26. Like, it was at that point, all the signs were screaming in my face. I mean, maybe it's not surprising that a video game of all things was helped me figure that out, because video games is my lifeblood. It's what I've lived with my entire life. I grew up with video games, starting with Sonic and Legend of Zelda, and going all into games like E4 and Crusader Kings and everything. So, and I was playing. It's funny. I was playing Crusader Kings too before I realized I was trans too. So, in fact, I think let's see, achievements, right? 2019, 2017. I was playing it as early as 2014, 2 years after I graduated high school. I was 20 years old. I was probably playing a female character even then. Sip, I need a sip, you're right, sorry. You know what? I'm gonna take a sip of my sarsaparilla. My sarsaparilla is yummy. Oops. So, but anyways, I prefer women. Even as a trans woman, I prefer women. I love girl love. Although I am bisexual. I'm not, in my case, lesbian. I'm bisexual. I have been able to enjoy the visage of certain men. For instance, I like Hellsing. I like the Alucard from Hellsing Ultimate. I really, he's so charismatic, and I love his suit. A man in a good suit gets me going, honestly. Which is why I need to show you guys one more thing. Something I need to show you guys on YouTube, because there was this fucking short I had watched recently of I wonder if I still have it here. This one, I think. Yeah, it's this one. Nope, wrong one. I'm thinking of something else. But excuse me. Sorry, I'm burpy. Here it is. I was browsing YouTube and browsing shorts, and I came across this cute little short. It was really funny. When you're walking with your tall friend, who the fuck is this? Like, you see where this is going. The fact I brought this up after mentioning I like men in suits and also the qualities. I love this guy. Maybe not romantic, but like his visage is really cool. He's cool first. I love the armor. I'm partial towards people with armor. It's really cool. And when I looked this person up, I saw him in a suit. I think it's a fan-made art of Capitano, right? Is his name? From Genshin Impact. It makes me want to watch Genshin Impact. Look at this right here. Look at this. It's on Pinterest, made by this person named Yuki Phantom Hive, I think is the name. He turned dark mode on. Just one. It's really bright, so bear with me. It's going to be like a flashbang. So here is the character. This is the Pinterest page. Yuki Phantom Hive, from what I understand. I don't know if they actually made it or if they found it. But here's the actual full image that I found, amongst other ones, like him in a freaking maid outfit. That's also good. But look at this. This is hot. Hands down, this is hot. I'm not even joking. I love him in the suit. And also, I do like the armor. I'm very partial to the armor. And also, I like figures whose faces are obscured like this. Like, Yarrow. Yeah. The silhouettes, the shadow people are really, really cool. YouTube channel. Yarrow? Yarrow, right? No. Taro, my bad. Taro, not Yarrow. It's Taro, the running collab. Housing and generally Koda Hirano's works have eyes to fall in love for it. Koda Hirano. Oh yeah, because Koda Hirano. Hold on, in second place. Koda, Koda it's with a U, Kouta. Best known for his work in Housing and Drifters. But before, did he self-insert? Not a bad thing. Is that what's happening here? I was curious about who this is. Is this his him in the story? That's fun. It's always fun to do that. Yeah, Housing. He is very dapper. Just even the old one, the regular Housing, the original Housing series, is pretty cool too. But I am partial to Housing Ultimate, honestly. Alucard. I love Alucard, especially this one. Ozzy Osbourne, motherfucker. Remember that from the abridged. Even better, Alucard can become a woman. And now I'm jealous of him. Oh my god! Like, of all the people to be jealous of, no, not all people. I just even more reason to like him. Because then, if I were to be, I doubt, if I were to pretend to fantasize about being in another universe with Alucard, if we ever get bored of him being he, or if he gets bored, he could just bring out this bad girl. I'm joking, obviously, but like, yeah, Alucard fucking. He goes, he fucks. As the saying goes, he fucks. Oh, he was used as a hero by his friend. So his friend did it. Okay, I still would have been fine if he had actually made his own self insert. As long as it's done, done well. Also, again, the smiles. I think it's because of Alucard. No, why do I like the smiles? I like these characters with like these devious, almost demonic smiles. You know what I mean? They're hot. Just straight up. I need to go rewatch the abridged series. I might watch the original, but I am partial towards the abridged series as well, just because it's so fucking funny. Let me... Housing Ultimate Abridged. Watch that later. But yeah, so I really do enjoy the sort of like shadow characters. Taro has these specific. Oh, how cute! Another freaking Rimworld animation. Let me see. They had a more like non-shadowy form, but silhouettes are really good. The pose. This one. Ouch. Yay! Good job. She's very pretty, but I love her shadow form so much. I love these kind of what do you call this? It's another, you know, honestly, I really like Hornet as well in that regard. The characters from Hollowness are so cool because you don't see their facial features, you just see the eyes. And that is really neat for me. I should probably move on. But I want to find one more. There's a really funny one. Where's that? Hold on. It's not loading properly. Load, damn you! Please. So stupid. I am so stupid. Why am I so stupid? Just the my comedic interest is very silly. Anyways, Upperson. So hopefully my words were of assistance. I don't want you to take my words as gospel or like, you know, perfect, you know. You have to just, you know, decide for yourself how much of what I said, one, corresponds with you, and two, is of use, you know? But regardless, I had signs early on, and I was fortunate to be in environments where I was left well alone to my own devices and was able to do whatever, you know, to basically grow into my own person. And once I realized I was trans, I had a very supportive family. Now, with that said, I do have family who would not be. I was told by my mom that if my uncle found out, he would not hurt me, but he would basically disown me, right? Because he's very conservative, and he's my uncle. You know, I'm on good terms with everybody. I'm a very amicable person. I've gone over this, very amicable person, and I'm very fortunate people are lenient with me. But I'm otherwise useless as a person, unfortunately, very useless. And everyone's nice around me. But, you know, obviously I can't, like, I'm not going to cater to everybody's interests. I'm not going to be like, I'm not a saint, and I'm not a saint. And if someone doesn't like me because I don't meet a certain preference of theirs, oh, fucking well. Happy wheels. So we didn't really get much done regarding video games, but I do feel like we got a lot done. We don't even have to get anything done. What am I talking about? I enjoyed today's stream. I'm gonna stream for a little bit longer. I would like to, even though it's gonna go late into the morning. We're gonna watch this real quick because it's freaking funny, and we're gonna watch the other video, Tomato, and then we're gonna play maybe an hour or two of video games.
Sorry. Sorry.
What the fuck are you doing?
So I crashed.
Are you fucking blind? You can't see me.
I crashed.
You crashed. How are you coming fast? Why are you fucking coming fast? What is this fucking path?
Oh, shut up. I'm trying to play this game peacefully, damn it.
I forgot this video is basically an entire freaking Ridge Shadow. And the entire thing is for like 2 minute and a half of Ridge Shadow editions, and then the actual video. He was pulling people's legs with that. I mean, he needed the sponsorship regardless. He got a sponsorship, but he was taking the piss with that. But yes, I skipped it. I don't care for it. Whee! Watch out! Bum ba dum ba da ba da ba. Boom! Sourceful. Okay. I'm glad it was helpful, even a little bit. So regarding that, I don't want to force. I have my freaking bottle in front of my face. I'm like talking to it. Hello. The feeling that it needs to be a right for you. It kind of feels like for me like a right to be deserved. Like implying that you don't deserve it, right? I'm not gonna. My opinion is that shouldn't be required. I'm not going to pick too much into why you use this choice of words, because I can probably imagine some possible reasons why you feel that way. So all I can say is hopefully things get more comfortable, and let's say safe, to where you'll be more comfortable feeling that you deserve it, if that's how you want to go about it. But assuming, of course, you are trans. And again, I'm still discovering things about myself that, I mean, I didn't understand before. When I discovered I was trans, it's not like I instantly liked men. No, I still liked women. I preferred women. I preferred women on women in relationships when it came to romance that I would view, right? It was only until sometime after that, and also like when I became a VTuber and became more comfortable with me being trans, that I started to explore the possibility of liking men as well, and realize, yeah, there were some instances. Like I like Alucard. Let me look for the Castlevania human form Dracula before he became vampire. Matthias. Castlevania Matthias. So this guy is very fucking hot. Matthias. I don't remember when I discovered this guy, but he helped me a little bit with being more comfortable with the concept of being interested in men. Look at him. He's literally the definition of tall, dark, and handsome. Like, holy shit. I'm about to drink freaking sarsaparilla with the lid still on. That would have been bad. So my point though is, me personally, I feel like you shouldn't feel like you don't deserve it. But I'm not you. I'm not in your environment. I'm not in your circumstances. And based on your earlier comment about how your mom treated you when you told her about it, it's important to be safe. I have family who know about it, but not everyone does. I'm not publicly with my transition, with my information, right? It's possible some people might know that I don't know that they know, for one reason or another. And I just gotta hope that they don't decide to use that information to hurt me. But I'm comfortable I've made myself comfortable as I am now. But particularly because I'm a streamer. Being a streamer, being a VTuber was a godsend, because it helped me reinvent myself, and I'm allowed to be as I wish to be, as I am, you know, on stream. And I'm fortunate that my voice is fairly feminine. I've been told it's pretty neutral, and there have been many times, and I'm not always intentionally making it feminine. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I even experiment with a deeper voice to thinking maybe that I'm hurting my voice by being too high. And yet sometimes, even then, my deeper voice doesn't sound right. It sounds strained. So I'm still trying to find my own voice, regardless of how feminine or masculine it may be. But just talking normally on the phone at work, many times people over the phone will say, "Thank you, miss." So it validates me, right? So I don't need to show my real face, my real body. Maybe one day I'll feel confident enough, I'll dress up and, you know, show myself in a real life dress. Who knows? But I don't need to. And as I am now, the VTubing has helped me tremendously because I can be myself on stream as a woman without the fear. I mean, hopefully without the fear of hostilities. But then again, I'm also not necessarily. I mentioned that I'm trans every once in a while, like how I did today. But if you look at my tags in the Twitch and also in YouTube, there's no mention of me being trans whatsoever. It's like an open secret kind of thing, right? Where I mention it sometimes, and some people know about it, but many viewers don't, because it's not important. Me being trans doesn't really matter, because what people are coming to the stream for is my voice and my personality. That's what streaming is all about. Always. Has been, always will be. I'm not looking to hook up with anybody. And the people who have issue with trans people are people who think that gender is only about having children. And it's not. That's what someone's physical sex is about. And if you only look towards them being children, bearing children rather, that means you don't care about the person inside. All you care about is about whether or not you're fucking the right hole. That's what that means, right? And that has to do with insecurity, about not wanting to be seen as gay for men, homosexual, because homosexuality is a stigma, right? And and deceit or whatever, right? Because that's some bullshit like that. It's nothing to do with that, right? So I'm not gonna hook up with anybody. This Twitch is not fucking, what is it, like what's that freaking dating app, whatever, Fire or whatever, Tinder. It's Twitch isn't Tinder. It shouldn't be. And sometimes people treat it like it is. It's not. If someone comes to my stream, finds out I'm trans after you enjoy my content for a time, and then berates me and leaves, or I force them out and ban them, then they're insecure because they probably liked. The way it works is they liked me. They like my personality. They like my voice. They like the manifestation of me in the form of my avatar. And they felt betrayed because physically I am not capable of bearing their child. Newsflash, even if I was a physically female, I still wouldn't have fucking bore your child. You need to go into this and viewing streamers with that mindset out of your head. Not to you, person. I'm just talking in general, right? People need to separate both concepts, right? So, and the problem is they don't, because it's simpler not to. And also the fact that some people just don't like people who are different, or they were raised to be hateful. And that sucks. It really does fucking suck. Castlevania Dracula after being vampire is also hot. I see. I actually don't care for the vampire version. I that's why I mentioned it. I much prefer Matthias. Yeah, unfortunately I don't care for Dracula personally in this form. If I'm gonna go for Dracula, I'm gonna go for Helsing Dracula, Alucard. But I much prefer Matthias, Although Dracula does rock this outfit really well. I will be honest, he does. Ooh. That not so much. I don't like that. He's better in a suit. Or this one. Yeah. But again, that's how it works. We all have our We all have our own interests, and that's actually perfectly acceptable. I like things, and you like things, and maybe we like the same things, maybe we don't. And who cares? You know, that's perfectly fine. It just means more for me. Exactly. I don't have to tell anybody. No one who is trans is obligated to tell everyone else around them they're trans. And if someone goes to a bar, if a male goes to a bar and is looking to hook up with somebody, sees a woman, a beautifully dressed woman, and finds them attractive, that you know, assuming they talked to her, right? And then finds out later on that they're trans and is upset of that to the point where they want to hurt that woman, then they need to get over themselves, because they're not attracted to a man. They're attracted to a woman, to woman qualities. And it's fair to be upset that the person isn't who you physically thought they were, but that's the whole point of the risk of, not whole point. It's an aspect of hooking up with someone at a bar, is that you're hooking up with a stranger who you know nothing about. And if you want to go deeper into the relationship, you need to talk to them. And if you kiss them before finding out that they're trans and you're upset about that afterwards, that's on you, mate. That's just fucking on you. You should have continued to talk to them more. You should have got to know them more first. And then once you knew them enough, before going to second base, you know, by kissing, and third base by getting to the bed, it's on the guy. It's his fucking fault, not hers. He did not do the bare minimum of getting to know her well enough to get to the point where she be comfortable telling him that she's trans. You know, it's his own fucking fault. Grow up, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, no one's obligated. And I'm fortunate that, again, my environment is safe for me, for the most part. And so too is the online environment for now. But like, if I get more popular, more people will know of me, and this will become more risky to talk about. There'll be many people who will hate me just because I'm trans. And yeah, I have choice words, but I'm not trying to be like those who hate trans people deserve to die, nothing like that. I'm just saying that they need to take a moment to look into themselves and recognize they're not gay. That man isn't gay. He's attracted to the feminine quality that woman represented, right? And when he found out that she was trans, all he had to do was, oh, okay, I don't like you anymore. I'm sorry. Goodbye. And then found someone else. You know, that's how it should work, and how unfortunately it doesn't work, because people just are too butthurt, too immature. They're immature. People who, honestly, I dare say, people who hate trans people are just immature brats. Honestly, I will say that they're just immature. They're too immature to be capable of reasonable thought, and so they just hate on people. Mambo Koi. No? Why not? What's wrong? Oh, out there. Okay. So put one further out. Oh, that's what they meant. Nice. A kill box. So we have 1 million funds who will keep them near the door, because in RimWorld, only one pawn can go through a door. I mean, usually only one pawn. Sometimes they'll file past the one in the front, but if done properly, you can keep them at the door and like box them in. Then we have a bunch of traps in case they get past, and then finally her in the back to protect her, behind the sandbags to protect her from gunfire, while she herself pelts them in bullets. Unless, of course, they come into the wall. Fucking great. Of course. Of fucking course. I hate sappers. They're so annoying. What was that? Hachimi. It's such a blessing, yeah. Grade A brains. Grade A. I guess it's not really, it's not in the sense like it's an actual grade. I think what he meant here, grade A, as in like, it's like a, grade A as in like a really good quality. Brain sandpaper. Well, why sandpaper? Brain slop. Right, it numbs the brain, I guess, I don't know. It's cute. Point out another source of conflict. Yeah. At that point, it's just that the second the idea of trans people, that exists because one, they're hateful people, but two, they are so stuck in their, I do agree. That's a little bit different. So that has to do the same reason why people hate the idea of the existence of people who are gay, right? If you're homosexual, let's start with that, then you are going to gravitate towards those who are of the same gender, let's say, or maybe same sex if you prefer the physical aspects, you know? But two men cannot bear a child. Two women cannot bear a child, right? Inside of humans, instinctively, like we're a tribal race who our instincts are to create the next generation, to bear the next generation, right? That's kind of the shtick of any species, right? To propagate, to procreate, right? It's an instinct in animals. And we're animals as well, but we have turned that instinct into a mental, subconscious, moral requirement, right? If you're not capable of bearing children, you're ostracized, whether it's because your womb has become infertile or you become an eunuch, right? Eunuchs were seen as lesser than slaves, even, from what I understand, and that's honestly kind of where it comes from as well, right? So if you cannot bear a child or you refuse to bear a child, when supposedly morally it's supposed to be right to do so, then you're seen as a rot, as an infection in the societal structure of humanity, right? That's the subconscious thinking that many humans have. And that's very restrictive and incorrect. We don't need to worry about that. Like if we were without certain technologies and our numbers were dwindling, I could see there being a scenario where certain mandatory procreation for the species could be a thing, but only if handled correctly, right? Like, but it's like, we're not there. It's not a problem, right? We have too many people, if anything. So it has to do with the subconscious moral integrity that people think is being destroyed by both homosexual and trans people. Because if you're trans, you're not only, it really depends, of course, because obviously trans people can still bear children. Like let's say, for instance, let's say two trans people got together, a trans woman and a trans man, or whatever, or just a trans woman gets with another woman, but the trans woman doesn't fully transition, and they both are fine with that, and the cis woman bears the trans woman's child. It's whatever, right? But it has also to do with like I've mentioned this before. I've gone in depth about this before. The family dynamic, right? It's gonna be a little bit weird take, but it's similar to the issue with like, honestly, this is probably what they're thinking. Some people stigmatize homosexuality and transsexuality in a similar vein to they do with incest. Incest is wrong. I agree with that. But I don't agree with the idea that transsexuality or homosexuality is wrong, right? But it's what they're doing. And the reason why incest is wrong, morally and subconsciously, is because of the dangers that come with it, right? If two individuals who are closely genetically related have children, their child has a higher chance of having genetic defects, which is detrimental to the child, but also detrimental to the species as a whole. Because if that child is allowed to bear children or to procreate as well, their defective DNA will spread amongst the populace. That's an instinctual and genetic aspect that makes incest wrong. Then there's the familial aspect. If it's between siblings, for instance, or parent and child, God forbid, that's even worse. It ruins the family dynamic. That's what it does as well. The family dynamic is of two parents, of a father and a mother, who take care of their children, brothers and sisters, who take care of each other, and then meet other people of their families and procreate with them, right? This is dynamic. The aspect of two individuals in the same household who are of the same DNA getting together in a physical and probably romantic aspect warps it. It doesn't just get rid of it. It warps it and skews it and twists the family dynamic entirely and ruins it. So this is also on a moral subconscious level, because people know incest is a taboo. They don't understand the actual mechanics, the depths of why. They don't deconstruct, okay, this is why it's wrong, right? It's what I'm doing. The reason it's wrong is because the genetic danger it brings is severe. And the familial relationship will be warped and potentially destroyed from that as well. And the third reason, there's three reasons why incest is wrong. The third reason is the power dynamic. Oftentimes in such situations, one of the members has a power over the other, right? And because of this, there is no equality. When it comes to most relationships, the ideal relationship amongst people of different families, there's a sense of equality. That is, the two individuals are their own person and they're strangers and they can get to know each other and they can decide not to be with each other. But with a family, between siblings or parent and child or whatever, or uncle and niece or nephew, or, aunt, you know what I mean, cousins and everything, you're living in the same household. You can't go anywhere. You don't have a family to run to when your lover is not giving you respect or is abusing you. That is the family, right? So you're fucking screwed. And so it's a power. So the issue here is genetic danger, familial, the family aspect being disintegrated, and the power issue of one person being abused by the other. Right, and being taken advantage of and being puppeted and not having a choice in the matter. So that's why incest is wrong, at least the bare minimum. There might be other reasons as well that I'm not familiar with, but if you deconstruct it, that's why it's wrong. So then we can deconstruct homosexuality and transsexuality, which we just did, right? Homosexuality, no one's bearing children. Transsexuality, the person, if they're male, they basically become an eunuch, essentially. And if they're female, they're becoming infertile, right? And both become infertile regardless. And the fact, more importantly, with being trans, is it's a concept that people are still unfamiliar with. It's in the early stages, right? Homosexuality is being more and more accepted over time, but it's more accepted than transsexuality because it's older. At least in the public eye, it's older. I'm not saying that's, there weren't trans people in the past, but they kept it quiet or just didn't understand what they were trans. I didn't understand that until I was 26. Hello. The same thing with homosexuality. Like they've always been there. Honestly, I think they've always been there, even in the olden days, in antiquity. But it's just a matter of not understanding what those feelings mean, what they go to. We've put a word to it. But back then, it was probably just a matter of a man preferring to be effeminate, right? And in an ideal scenario, the society would be like, okay, that's fine. And maybe you'll find, be with a woman who's also feminine, or maybe they're not masculine. Who fucking knows? But in that regard, right? In the regard to the people just not liking the idea, that is why they don't like the idea. Because they're not unwilling or incapable of being flexible, being mentally and emotionally flexible enough to accept this concept that has always existed, right? Because it puts their own existence, that's the whole point right there. It puts their own existence in danger, not actually, but they think it does. They think the homosexual man, a male, right? Fears the homosexual man, because he fears the homosexual man will come into his room and have his way with him, as if this cis man himself was a damsel in distress. If you have those insecurities, then you need to rethink your identity, because if you have that fear, you yourself might actually be a closeted homosexual, and you're just too scared to admit it because you yourself don't want to be stigmatized, which is fair. Less so in certain and safer environments, but in most of the world, that's fair because people will literally kill other people for being against the norm. Homosexual, trans, bisexual as well. Like, bisexual is a little bit lesser of an issue, but like that's the issue. So it's like a situation like let's say in a neighborhood, everyone is gay. Nobody knows everyone else is gay. Nobody knows. Nobody can tell, right? They're all secret about it. And so they don't think one person gets found out that they're gay. You think, oh, happy gay. Everyone starts revealing they're all gay. No. Everyone else thinks this other person is the only other gay person aside from themselves. And they're too afraid to help this gay person who's also, because they're both gay, in fear that the other people who they think aren't gay will then turn on them. So then everybody ostracizes this homosexual who is revealed to be homosexual, right? Regardless of if they're male or female, man or woman, right? We're ignoring that. Just homosexual, right? And they might even be beaten to death by their kindred spirit people who are also homosexual, right? And only later on they all realize, wait, we're all gay. We just killed one of our siblings, our kindred spirits, because of this, that kind of thing, right? Fear is a huge factor in how we humans operate, which fucking sucks, but also is understandable. It will drive us insane, and we will kill or otherwise maim and torture those who are actually allies in secret, right? Because we ourselves are too afraid to admit that we are like them, because we ourselves don't want to be the next person to be stoned to death. High school rules, school rules, basically. You know what I mean? Either join the throng or try to stay out of the way while this other person's getting bullied. It's literally, and this bleeds into adulthood. And this goes with this concept I have. We're not adults. Nobody is an adult. Nobody has grown up. We are all still children, and we will forever be children. We're simply bigger kids. And as we grow older, we can become a little bit wiser children. But we're always children who think we're adults. The concept of adulthood doesn't actually exist. It doesn't. It's fake. It's always been fake. We're kids with bigger bodies and stupider heads. You know what I mean? So, freaking Lord of the Flies rules, basically. Lord of the Flies, but on a global scale. And, subconscious instead of direct. And that's just how it is. So I'm not saying that those who hate the idea of homosexuality or transsexuality are themselves homosexual or transsexual. I'm not. I'm just saying that they are too unwilling to be flexible and too willing to fall back on what has made sense to them, which makes sense because they're too scared to explore possibilities. It's different. It's new. It's destroying what they already know, and it scares them. So what do? They fight back and they push for what they already know. You know what I mean? It's just it's fear. It's all it is. And stupidity and immaturity, because we're all mature brats. Every single one of us. No exception. I don't care who it is. We're all immature brats. It's just some of us are better at keeping it in line than others. I think there's also an aspect close to how idea of justice works. There's a state of things that person sees as proper, the way things should be, and many people feel a specter of negative emotions when the world among them, including other people, are not the way they want them to be. Yes. So it's just one of those things. It's a mess, is the point, right? And people need to be taught from an early age it's okay to not be trans, to not be homosexual, and to not like those aspects. But it's also important to recognize that it's also okay for other people to be that way, And that's the issue, is people are being raised from a young age to be hateful. Their parents tell them how disgusting the gay man over there is and how disgusting he is to be gay, right? Or a mother is teaching her child to that you're definitely a boy, you're definitely a girl. There's no question about it. Don't you dare think otherwise. You know what I mean? It's just fucking sucks because in order for us to move forward, the children is where it starts. But the children are being taught by people who are already taught to be hateful. You know what I'm saying? It just goes back and forth, and it's never ending cycle. It just sucks.
All right. Yeah, like that. What I'm about to do, I'm about to give y'all the.
Anyways,
I was supposed to do a bone called Speed of
this might
Sound.
get copyrighted a little bit. Hopefully, it doesn't get muted. Considering this hasn't gotten muted yet, I think I'm pretty safe. I'm watching. I mean, on Twitch it might get muted, but on YouTube it should be fine. I like these I like these kind of collabs. It's so fun to see what people come up with. And like stick figure animations have come such a long way. I remember the old days where it was very rough. Like it's so, especially the ending here. Like this shit is so fucking good. Hello, Aaron. Also, this song just fucking slaps. The rap alone is good, but mixed with Mitzi's song, the Helltaker song, it just goes so fucking hard. Yeah, I do love a good stick figure animation. A lot of effort there. I mean, they all have a lot of effort. Like that's like the depth right there was interesting. The distance. It's really cool to see what people do with depth. Bye. I can't breathe. I'm out of sarsaparilla. I got water though. I kind of want to play Helltaker again. I've been reading the comics, and I kind of hope he comes up with a new game. Look, right there. I love this. Like, I honestly, I like stick figures. I love the sort of like humanized stick figures because you don't see some of them you don't see their faces, but like it's styled a certain way where like they're silhouettes. That's what they are. They're silhouettes. I love silhouettes so much, and I like shadow people as a result as well. But like this is really cool right here. So cool. What? Wait a minute. What was that? I'm pretty sure. Okay. Anyways, that was interesting. I get the feeling the rapper is quite the fan of cream pie. Okay. Moving on from that. Very hot. He's very dapper. I like a dapper fellow. Maydress. Like this guy alone kind of makes me want to freaking play Genshin Impact now, just for him. Honestly, just for him. I might. Oh hey. Okay, let me finish this real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the games. This is the tomatoes trash. What is this? Oh right.
Do you mean your clothes?
That's a spike. Well, we're never gonna know now. Lock in.
Yeah, I really like Tomato a lot. I like his comedy, his content. I aspire to be like him one day, but at the same time, I also understand I need to be like myself, and have my own comedy. Anyways, Epperson, I'm glad that my thoughts were of help to you, and hopefully my continued thoughts after that was also helpful. But just bear in mind, whoever's watching this, understand that I have my own point of view in the world, in existence, and these are my thoughts and my deconstructions of certain things. I don't want to say that my way is completely right, and that people should believe what I say, and that, whatever. If what I said makes sense to you, great. If it does not, you don't care for it, okay. I don't need to. I'm not your keeper. I'm not your lover. I'm not your friend, your family, or whatever. So we can just give each other wide berths. We can just not keep a distance from each other, right? And if you don't like me, then you don't like me. You can just leave me alone. That's fine. You move on with life. That's what I say to the haters. If people hate you, the best thing you can do is try to convince them just to leave you alone and just let live, because they could be doing so many other things, spending their time hating you. Could be spent instead, loving somebody else and actually bearing and having children, if that's what they are really focused on so much, and it sucks. Moving on though, I'm gonna watch this. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hip hop across all of those. Psalm 88, 810. Oh boy.
Oh
dude.
boy.
Are we about to start getting Bible verses on this character?
They've gotten real quiet. There's something up here.
Oh yeah.
I can.
Okay, we got the Grail.
I'm gonna have to wall jump out of this.
You don't
We're
have
not
to.
gonna be able to get our hat out.
You can walk through the spikes on the other side.
Mainly
He doesn't
'cause
know
I'm
that.
afraid to go for it. Dude, God is guiding this run. You can tell. There's a certain kind of power, and oh, you're fucking so dead, bro. I have no control. Okay, that is dangerous. I got a wall slide. And then balance on my, of course.
We've already watched this.
Boom, see that?
Oh, that's why I stopped it.
Yeah, we can handle this. Boom, see that?
So this part right here is really fucking funny. I find it more funny, honestly, in the actual, this one. This is the actual full VOD. No edits.
Boom, see that? Oh, fucking God. I'm sorry. Captain Walrus is gone.
This gets funny. This gets really fucking funny. Watch this.
What? What the fuck even are those then?
I don't know exactly what's going on with those
So
guys. A
many
lot of
people
are gonna
die
while I
here.
learn this.
So many people.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Thrangar. The guy wants to jump off the second he touches him. I'm only pressing forward right now. And I only tapped it that time.
Tower
Okay.
forming. Right over here.
Hop. Okay, idea. We're just gonna fucking skip it. We're moving over. Okay, I have to wall jump this shit. Grab it. Then we're going down, grabbing again, climb back up, wall jump it, stick the landing, kill yourself.
He ends up ignoring the chest because he just want to risk it.
What about the treasure? Dude, all of those are mimics. Try locking it out next time, idiot. Dude, fucking benched. Goodbye. Ah! It's so hard to get to land on it. I have a recurring dream of a frog with bad Colin sends me my death over and over.
Okay, so there's this running joke. Tomato has gastrointestinal complications sometimes, and he's had some. I don't know if he's had procedures, but he's had some care for it, and it got to a point people like him talking about it and like people making jokes out of it. So now it's a thing now, Whereas he's known as the colon streamer, but also his voice apparently sounds like a frog sometimes. Which sometimes he makes voices like he intentionally makes his voice deeper or sound funny, so that does make sense to an extent. But like people have said that now he sounds like a frog, like Kermit or whatever, and it's just it's a running joke now.
It's so hard to get to land on it. I have a recurring dream of a frog with bad colon sends me my death over and over. The hat is stacking. The hats are stacking. A lot of people are dying here, dude. Ah! It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Maybe because I already watched it, it's not as funny anymore.
Trying. The character desires to kill himself as soon as he touches that part.
I'm tired.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
What did I say? Out of my
I'm
parents?
cleaning out my bank account with this one, dude. This is fucked up.
Oh yeah, so during the stream, Tomato made a promise that every time he dies, he will send out gift subs to his chat, which is $5 each. He's at 100 deaths right now. That's $500 right now. A Tower of Hanoi problem, but you die in the video. I'm not familiar with Tower of Hanoi.
All right.
What is that?
Every input in this place needs to be fucking perfect. Got it.
Tower.
Wall jump it. Grab, descend, slide, grab, up.
Ah, yeah, I see it.
Jump to this, balance, jump, descend directly over it. Jump again, land. We're good. Get me the fuck
Yeah, so it wasn't as funny anymore because I already watched it. What have you? That was funny. So Tower of Hanoi is that game where you have these round I'll just look it up online. And that bit is over. Yes. So I looked at it on my phone. Tower of Hanoi. This one right here, for those who are curious. It's this game where you have these little round blocks, and you have to stack them like this, biggest to smallest from bottom to top, and they're mixed up to start with, and you have to move them around. I don't remember the actual details of the rules of it, but I know there's certain requirements that you can only move one of them at a time. I know that much, right? One of the circles, and you have to do a certain order. I think no, maybe I'm thinking of the other thing, but regardless, they're mixed up circles, little donuts, and you have to make it so biggest on the bottom, smallest on the top, and you can only move them one at a time. And the idea is that some of the blocks are in the way, so you have to move one block over to move another block on a different spot onto the top, right? I'm familiar with that.
Oh, fucking God. I'm sorry. Okay, idea. We're just gonna fucking skip it. We're moving over. Okay, I have to wall jump this shit. Grab it. Then we're going down.
And then we're watching again the same segment again, but it's an edited version.
Jump it, stick the landing, kill yourself. What about the treasure? Dude, all of those are mimics. Try locking it out next time, idiot. Dude, fucking benched. Goodbye. Ah! It's so hard to get to land on it.
You know what?
I have a recurring dream.
You know what's actually more funny than this? I remember now. It was actually a different section. It was a different section that was actually the funniest.
This much.
Yeah, find it. It was near the end. This one. Look at this. So including the section right here, this goes on for a good portion. 254, 243. 12 minutes. 10. This whole segment right here lasts for 10 to 12 minutes.
Hop, open door, run, jump that shit. You're not gonna catch me slipping. Jump this. I want up there. Let me up the. Dude, I don't give a shit about that. I just want to get up on top of the mountain. Is this the edge? Get me up there. I don't think you can.
Nope.
It's not possible. Hey, freaks.
Monkey.
Can Can I break my fall somehow? Can I like make it so I'm not jumping? There we go. Why does this exist? This feels ill-advised. But there's treasure down here.
Treasure.
I got a heart.
Nice.
The heart. This guy it's a miracle he's alive still.
Yeah, it's a good thing he isn't gonna die anytime soon.
Oh. Sorry, Jomar. God's light did not shine upon you, man. Holy shit.
He figures it out
Dude,
eventually.
I don't even know why I would go near this thing. It feels evil. Oh, you can just jump for it. That is so brutal.
Bye.
I don't know my own strength. I killed all those guys for nothing.
Yeah.
To be clear.
There's no reason.
Is that
This part though. This part is so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny.
That they're active, you know? But also, do I want to check? It don't matter. I'm alive. I'm alive. Thought I was dead, but I'm alive. We're gonna be dead. Holy shit.
So this game, the controls are really bad.
I mean,
a lot of the negative reviews if you look at this game is
You
because of the
You're
controls.
just next up.
Which is fair, but I think it's fine. Like I think I'd be able to play this just fine. You have to learn the controls and you have slippery, but eventually, like with enough practice, you'll get a feel for it.
It's happening again. But first, I'm gonna make you do something really embarrassing.
Eventually, the people who had their
Dude,
chat
got
name
naked. Everyone look.
and it they come back eventually. Even though he has hundreds of people watching, sometimes the names repeat.
This is starting to get to be a problem, guys. So I decided to solve it. Dude, this is whack! What is this fucking room? So I have to activate the button and then go for that?
Yep. I'm curious to know what the edited version is like. It's very short.
Is that landmines? We don't know that they're active. Do I want to check? It don't matter. I'm alive. I'm alive. Thought I was dead, but I'm alive. We're gonna be dead. Holy shit. Right now, on the ground. Shirt? I needed it to be actually something that was in my hand. Man, fuck this shit. Okay,
Yeah, he goes through it pretty quickly in the edited version.
Is hat. This is so fucking devastating, man. I cannot believe it. Okay.
It's a lot funnier watching the actual original one, but it takes a while to get the most funniest parts. So many people die here.
An excellent use of the body will be to activate one of these things, perhaps. Or maybe I use my shoe. Holy shit. I died.
Yep. I'm running out of steam. A lot.
We gotta get up top. We gotta get up top side.
I can't boss.
Protomaru actually gifting 5 subs. Thank you, Protomaru. Sorry I let you die. Sorry, man.
So it's possible we may not play games after all today. I kind of wish we did, but it's fine.
Idea.
Probably for the best if we don't, because it's already been 5.5 hours and I'm exhausted.
Pivot to the corners on these.
Technically, we did play a little
My
bit
character
for a very
doesn't
brief second.
like doing what I want him to do right here, which is get enough momentum to.
Yeah,
get
I can
onto
definitely
the
see why
corners. It's like they're
he
slipping
has
on
issues with controls and why the other players can have control
Inconvenient
issues.
for
So,
me. There we go. Wait,
The
no,
pa-
that was not it. That
so
didn't get
the
me what I
wall
needed.
jumping mechanic, especially, is difficult to make work.
on,
Apparently, it's very easy to bonk your head on the other wall, and yet other times
Okay,
it
I have to
works.
basically
And
do a skip.
it's uncertain why
On
it
the
works. When it
Sharp.
does.
I needed it to be actually something that was in my hand. Man, fuck this shit.
Spicy
It's
pancake.
The skates. I leave through here? No. Fuck. Okay, best option I have is This is so fucking devastating, man. I cannot believe it. Shoes off. Thank you. Shoe obtained.
Didn't matter.
Find out what happens. Keep laughing, and you find out what happens.
You know what? I was gonna mention it earlier and I forgot to. It's not a big deal, but it was something interesting I learned. Apparently Tomato is married. I'm actually surprised when I learned about that recently. I don't know how long he's been married for, but it's actually really cool. And he's dead.
Holy shit, guys,
But
I don't know.
he lives with his wife apparently,
I don't know,
which is really cool. I mean, I guess obviously he would, I guess,
No,
but like
this is starting to feel dire.
it's I'm just making conversation at
And
this point.
fucking-
I'm so tired.
This chunky music that a frog would listen to is driving me insane. Music you catch slugs listening to, man. Like, I swear to God.
Yeah, after this, I wanted to play games, but I just can't.
I just wish I knew how to get up high enough to simplify this, because I can't jump that angle on this character. They refuse. They will not do what I need them to do on this one. I have an idea. That
So
wasn't it.
it does seem like there is an angle
I'm
jump
gonna
he can do.
destroy
I saw
that
it just a moment ago. Look at that. Right there. See that? There's an angle jump the character wants to do here.
I have an idea. That wasn't it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep watching for a little bit longer, just like 10 more, like so the 10-minute duration. I need the restroom, so give me a couple minutes, okay? Take a break. But we're not gonna be streaming for much longer, unfortunately. I'm too exhausted. And it's 2 in the morning, so bear with me. I'm back. I'm definitely gonna end after this. I am utterly thrashed. I enjoyed today, but it's too much. Give this another like 5 minutes, I think. Let's see. Monitor only. Monitor off. Perfect. Yeah, another like 5 minutes, give or take.
I'm gonna destroy that mine. Okay. Then, don't kill yourself. Do not kill yourself.
You're welcome.
Get down onto the ground.
I'm probably gonna
Look
end
at
up playing
this
some
shirt.
EU5
There's so much
after
clothes
this.
to be used for this. Mount Lover, I swear to God, you get that shit off my screen right fucking now. I need to lock in. And that means I need you to lock in. That was so bad. That was so bad. I can't get out. What? That is so fucking...
There it is. There it is. That's when it began. When I started laughing uncontrollably. Because it just gets worse
It's
and
all
worse.
love. It's all love. It's all love. It don't matter. None of this matters. It's all good.
Wait for it. Wait for it. It gets even better.
I need this fucking mine here destroyed, but I need it to be done in such a way that it doesn't fucking kill me.
I need the
Hey, Taco, you are in big fucking trouble. You are gonna fucking seriously regret that shit. Ah! I need you all to shut your
He's
mouths.
literally so exasperated.
Okay? I need those mouths.
Like right here?
Ah!
Right there? It's like the
you
definition
all
of
to shut your mouths.
exasperated.
Okay? I need those mouths of yours shut. Okay, it's in my way. I'm trying to lock in.
Okay, that works. So if you have the very far right edge, you can hit the one that's closest to you. That's
There's
good.
too many corpses now. It's making it hard to navigate. I gotta get rid of these. There's actually too many. It's making it difficult. Ah. Gamers, we have almost escaped this shithole.
Honestly, because if you realize that, you could probably
Next rock.
get rid of this one over here in the same way you got rid of this one over here.
plan.
If you took his shoes off
That
up
wasn't
here,
quite it.
brought down here, and went to the far right corner and throw it over there, he could have destroyed the mine. So he could
That
just
wasn't
hit this
it at
button,
all.
run across here, and fall down there. I think he figures something out
My
eventually.
guy can't jump,
but-
or they can't run when they have a rock
Yeah.
in their hand. So doing this is so fucking dangerous, as I just showed you. Okay, it's easier now.
So he has figured it out.
I've got greasy shoes and a good life insurance policy. I'm ready, boss. You are not gonna die. Don't talk like that. Just focus on these wall jumps. I'm activating this. I'm throwing this. Guys, lock in. It's happening. Check it. Hop, 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 hop. We're out.
There we go.
We made it. It's even worse in the next room. I just want to check something. Nope. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm done. There's some more funny moments. A lot of funny moments. Like really funny.
No. Every part of my motor functions fell apart there, guys. I can't make a running jump like this.
Where is it? Where is it? He throws the rock upwards.
Dude, no way. No
hits
way.
him.
No way. No way. There's no way. Ah. Try to see if I can hit that rock or that button. Move that out of the screen. Yeah, I'm fucking.
You're not hitting
I
that
need
button,
to see
Tomato.
this shit. I gotta lock in. Dude, I think if I can get a rock on that platform, it would serve me really well, but there's only... If I get... Alright, you didn't have it.
153 times $5.
The rocks are bait. It's bait. It's bait. It's bait. It's bait. Get this body
It's
out
so
of here.
fucking bad. That's how much money he ended up spending. 153 times
What?
5.
The rock. A rock tripped me. I tripped on another pesky little rock.
It's actually plus 3 because of the initial 3 lives you
Out
get.
of my fucking face.
$785 thus far.
Crazy.
Damn.
That's crazy.
790. He spends like almost like nearly like $1,000, I think.
Action shove streamer's hands off keyboard. See? Now look at where we are. Are you happy? Now we're in the shit. I'm taking control here. Okay, bro. What's the plan? All right, dude. Hands are off. What are we doing?
She's gonna jump.
I just gotta jump.
Okay.
Over to the right and climb the wall.
Sure.
Oh,
He
that
goes
must have been a
left.
skill issue on their part. Climb the wall.
Okay, that's funny. One of the videos I watched recently, Tomato mentioned how he's actually he gets his lefts and rights mixed up sometimes. Like not always, but like apparently according to him, if he's driving and someone tells him to go left, he'll turn right. Not always, like 50-50 chance. Like 50% of the time, he'll just get them completely mixed up. So this is actually really fucking funny. Because the person said the right wall, and Tomato made them jump left. It's possible maybe Tomato did it on purpose to fuck with them, but I get the feeling Tomato legitimately, his brain made him do the opposite.
That must have been a skill issue on their part. That's weird. They jumped over to the right. They just didn't get anywhere near the wall.
It did. His brain.
Oh,
look at that.
That must have been a skill issue on their part. That's weird. They jumped over to the right. They just didn't get anywhere near the wall. Time to turn on Luigi mode.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tomato legitimately, his brain just like malfunctioned, like sometimes does, and he is thinking his left is his right now. That's interesting.
I felt like a Luigi mode moment. They tripped onto it.
No, don't do it. You're gonna lose the hat.
Get there. Get there. Get there, my son. Fuck, it's over. I don't know why I killed them. I didn't mean to. I meant to jump on them. I meant to... It don't matter. I gotta make sure there's no rocks here. There's a million fucking rocks on this thing. There. Now I can jump safely. Check it. I'm out of here, guys. See ya. And I'll see ya later. See ya. See... What?
Oh boy.
What? Okay, well that's gone now.
Once he gets to the other side, it's so fucking funny. It's so funny. I remember. He can hit the button from there. If he sacrifices a body, you can just slide all the way down the left wall and hit the button.
Dude, God, please.
I think all it does is make the platform go up and down. So if they fall down, they can climb back
I'll
up.
jump all this shit.
Pretty sure.
I can leave. I can leave. I don't need to do this. No! Did that count?
Nope.
Why is there a hatch?
I don't know. Why is there a hatch?
Turn this fucking penis music off.
He gets so frustrated. Oh, slowly right under the spikes. Ass first. That's so sad. Okay, another thing also. I've been thinking about potentially streaming without my model every once in a while because the model gets in the way. And without the model, I can do full screen. Do full screen applications.
What?
Or full screen more better.
What?
I don't know if I'll actually follow through on that, but maybe.
That's a trip. This kills you.
Nope.
There's no fucking way.
The bat fly. What?
Huh. I'm crashing out. It's happening.
This is so easy. Look at
The
that.
doctor said if I crashed out anymore, I would surely die.
To be fair, I don't think the hatch is open if you climb from the bottom like that. It only opens when you come from the top side.
My hates.
So
Check
even
this
if he
out.
had climbed through there, it would have been locked, and then he would have been
I'm outta here.
screwed.
Fuck this.
He died on the corner.
He's alive.
Okay, no, he's alive.
He's alive. He lived. Fuck this shit. I'm out. I refuse to participate in that's a sword.
Yep.
Okay, well he killed us both. Great. Great. So we're fighting guys now. We're actually in combat. Better get up there before he notices me. Oh my god! Oh my god! This sucks.
Okay.
I'm nidhogging
Okay.
this guy, but I can't even get to
Nidhogging.
it. This sucks. I'm nidhogging this guy, but I can't even get to it.
Nidhogg is a game where two fencers fight, and you have to fight each other over and over again to the opposite end. And if you get pushed back towards your way, like the whole point is like this Nidhogg creature, which is similar to the world snake in Norse mythology, like eats them or whatever. It's like part of either become Nidhogg or you get eaten by Nidhogg as a part of sort of like a sacrificial thing or whatever. It's really weird. Anyways, I think I'm done. I wanted to play some games like properly, but I'm just so tired right now. And we got to see Crusader Kings a little bit. I'm gonna go and just uninstall this. I don't need to play this right now. I do want to play Crusader Kings 3 eventually again. I might play some off stream. I was kind of trying to save the experience for on stream, but it's been so long since I played it, and I've been thinking about it for a while. So maybe I just play it off stream for a little bit. Now, if we go for the usual schedule, I won't be streaming this weekend. I'll be streaming next weekend. Things might change. Maybe I'll have a little more energy and I'll be sleeping better, or I'll be available to do that, but I don't know for sure. But regardless, it was fun today. I enjoyed that. Let me go ahead and just switch screens, so I'm going to leave the computer on and come and watch this later. Whoops. What did I do? 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 Let's see. Anything here that freaking doxes me? I hope not. I have no idea what that song is. I just made it up. Maybe it's a song I've heard a long time ago, but I just made it up. Okay, I went ahead and recorded that for later. Okay. I'm done. I am exhausted. I am utterly thrashed, and I had fun. Shame about not being able to play games on stream, properly, but nothing wrong with a little bit of a, just a little bit of a talking stream, Okay. With that, we are done. Finally. Nearly 6 hours later. Thank you all so much for watching, everybody, and I hope you had a fun time. We talked about a lot today. I mentioned it earlier, but whatever I said, take my words with a grain of salt. I don't want to claim that I am perfectly knowledgeable. I like to think I am fairly wise and fairly intelligent, but I've said this many times in the past, actually. I'm wise enough and intelligent enough to know I'm very foolish and very stupid, And my words are honestly from my own point of view in my own personal life. What I say may not be applicable, it may simply not be of help or of use to you, and not just today, just in general, the yappings I do, So if you like what I say, If you like what I talk about and it's of use to you, great. If you like it but it's not very useful, great. That's perfectly fine. If it's harmful to you, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be. I don't want to do this. I need this emote. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not trying to be harmful. I do have choice words, and I can be a little enthusiastic about my disapproval of certain peoples and their behaviors. But I don't wish ill of them. I just wish them to be better. You know, and it's not my place to ask that of them. It's just, if they were, things would be better for everyone involved. We're a tribal culture, social culture, and cooperation is how we survive. If we stop cooperating with each other, we die. It doesn't matter how many there are of us. It doesn't matter how powerful humanity has become. If we cease to cooperate with each other, we will crumble entirely. That's how we've succeeded this far, and how we continue to survive, no matter how powerful our tools get, you know? So, hopefully I had fun though, regardless. And I do enjoy Tomato quite a lot. I do feel like maybe, I guess that was kind of like a reactionary video in a stream in a way. I don't really want to get into like the same kind of reaction videos people do, but every once in a while I do watch YouTube, and it's fun to enjoy YouTube together, you know? And I definitely recommend it. Go watch Tomato. He is really funny. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of people who won't care for his content, but if you like, I don't know, I don't want to say that. I was gonna say if you like Smitty and Martin Cedarpants, you like Tomato, but I don't know for sure if that's true. If that's the case. I like Smitty. I like Martin Cedarpants. I like Reggie. I like I forgot his name. The guy with the plague doctor mask. I gotta go watch his videos. I watched him recently. And Tomato. I like Tomato a lot. And Sea Inners and Kraken and Bed Bananas, and they're really funny to me. But again, they are kind of, most of those people are from my era. They're my age. You know, the people who I grew up watching back in the like early 19s. Early 10s and early 20s, you know, 2010, 2020 kind of thing, you know. So it's what I'm used to. But there are some new people nowadays who are funny as well. The new different things that I've discovered, like the one person who can move in such a way where it looks like he's moving in stop motion kind of thing. That guy's pretty cool. And the other one who does like the weird faces where he makes his mouth exaggeratedly open and like a claymation kind of movement in a really weird way. That's pretty neat too. But I am done. I'm exhausted. I need to go. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. And let me do, actually, hold on, can I do the thanks to individuals. Upperson, thank you very much for joining me today. I do hope that my words will be of continued use to you in the future. You mentioned it was useful to you and helped you with bets. I'm happy. Rimba, thank you for joining us today. I'm sorry you had to leave, you know, while I was in the middle of the stream. I just ended up streaming later than I wanted to. I wanted to stream around 6 o'clock. It would have given us more time, but I took a nap and, you know, struggled to wake up. I believe there's only one other person who's here today. Where are they? Chaos. King of Chaos. Thank you for joining me today. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. And hopefully my constant talking, I mean, I would hope that some people enjoy just listening to me talk in the background, even if they're not actually paying attention to what I'm talking about. That's what I do. I watch Tomato. I do enjoy his stuff, but oftentimes I just have him in the background. I'm not really actually watching his video. And sometimes I look over when something funny happens or something interesting, certainly. But it's the beauty of lurking, but also of YouTube videos. So also to those who are watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. And that's it. So thank you. I can't figure out how to segue. So with that said, I will see you all about a week and a half from now, where maybe in a couple days, if I decide I want to stream on this weekend, we can do that. But most likely it'll be next weekend, not this weekend, depending on how tired I am after work on tomorrow and how exhausted I feel this weekend. So, and if we do, I would love to play some Minecraft with you guys. I want to do a hardcore run of Minecraft because the idea of like permadeath will get things, it'll change the dynamic of the gameplay and might actually be more fun for me. Who knows? I enjoy the no death no bonfire run I kept attempting on Dark Souls 2, and I've enjoyed the same thing with the Divinity Original Sin 2, which we have to play. I haven't gotten back to that yet, so we'll see. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, everybody, and I will see you all next time. Talk to you later. Bye. Bye-bye.